You know, if they didn't halfway through, Peter understands and starts to kind of, you know,
Well,
DJ Cryptomatic understood. He's a little bit older though.
sure. But then I saw Das turn into an entertainer in the beginning. He was trying to be all flamboyant and hello, this just for a minute there. I'm like, Das, that's not you. He's like, welcome to the
No,
show. I'm
exactly.
like, what are you
He's he's the straight man
doing? No,
because according to Baum, comedy is an equation that can be derived from one banana that is not the right size as the rest of bananas and it's in the wrong position. This is comedy.
yes. Yes, touch my monkey. That's yeah, that yeah, he's definitely the straight man.
Can listen to the word monkey now because I got this monkey flu. Jesus Christ.
It was Dieter on Saturday Night Live. Mike Myers used to play Dieter. God damn
30
it.
years ago.
What? What? 30 years ago? Yeah.
Yeah, that was like 30 years ago, man. Is it
I
any
know.
wonder that Top Cat was like a zygote at the time?
30 years ago, I was like primary school.
H-Man's dropping the SNL humor from 30 years ago, thinking that Top Cat would get it.
Yeah, he just heard.
Mm, sorry, didn't get it.
Dude, Top Cat's tired. What's up? You dehydrated?
No, man, I said it already 20 times. Got the monkey flu.
Okay. All right.
Not the monkey pox, right?
I
Monkey.
would think you would get. I thought you would get cat scratch fever.
I would scratch myself. No, maybe a female cat scratch me. No, I got this flu, whatever. I'm already recovering, but the throat finishes last.
Fever? Any fever and a cough?
Yeah, 2 days ago, I sweat all my sheets. I had to change blankets
Oh,
2 times. And the next night also. And the next, I was already good. That's it. No vaccines. I never had a vaccine for COVID. But this is not the first time I got sick in 2 years. In August 2020, I was, well, last year, a year ago, I had fever for a week. That was bad. I think it was the Delta variant. I wasn't vaccinated. Thanks God I wasn't vaccinated. If I was vaccinated, maybe I would be dead by now. I know a couple of old people from the village where I'm from. They died like weeks after the second dose. Some of them didn't even get to the second dose. Elderly. It was like a bloodbath during the vaccination period. The senior houses, elderly houses, half of the population disappeared. But of course, then again, they say it wasn't the vaccines. Of course, it was. What was it then? Was COVID? They got vaccinated against COVID. So they died of COVID. No, they didn't die of COVID. They died of the fucking vaccine.
Yeah, it sounded like it didn't help them.
But this is obvious now. But people still don't assume. I was in the supermarket today with a voice like this, and somebody said I should be quarantined home because I'm dangerous for the population. I said, what? I'm dangerous to you? You are vaccinated. You are vaccinated. I'm dangerous to you. You should be You should be dangerous to me. I'm dangerous to you. Not vaccinated. I'm dangerous to you. You are vaccinated with 3 doses. See, the intelligence of the society got this low, right? The intelligence of the society got this low, right?
Yep, real fast. Got pretty low, pretty fast. Yeah, they got the vaccine, so they shouldn't catch it then. Yeah.
Well, but they catch it and they suffer like shit when they catch it, and they are scared like hell from those who didn't got vaccinated.
Oh, now they got pills. You take it in pill form. Anyway, pharmaceuticals.
They should take sun. They should go outside, take sun baths, eat well, eat healthy food, do fast sometime. Do the things that the people clever do. But no, they just watch CNN all day, buy all that crap, buy all that bullshit over and over. That's it. Oh, I'm having the time of my life with this voice, man, because I make so much fun. I go to places and I just pretend I'm fucking sick and dying with COVID, and the people run away from me. It's so fucking funny.
Hey, Top Cat. If you're interested, I can drop you a link about wellness and just not getting sick. You might know the
Yeah,
guy. He's
DM me,
German.
please. I like to read these things, please. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
What it is about, by the way?
It is about I don't know. He's like kind of he's kind of like a I guess he's kind of like a star or like a small actor, small films. But anyways, he has like a whole program, and he has a book and about just not getting sick. So it's pretty cool.
Send it over.
Amen. God bless him.
I'm gonna drop it in the chat for you. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it's a free book. You can read it online. Hope you get better, man. We don't have a lot of top cats around here, so we gotta keep you, man.
Amen.
Anybody a member of the U.S. military?
What's that?
Said, is anybody a member of the U.S. military or ex-member?
Absolutely. I'm a veteran, 100%.
Is it true that the U.S. military requires vaccines through the Department of Defense?
Well, I'm a veteran. I'm not in now, but I don't know, to be honest with you. I served our country, though. I got to tell you that.
Thank you for your service. Yeah, I got family. The U.S. military requires vaccinations for all of the troops and soldiers. You know, from the Pentagon down.
Crazy.
Yeah. Even the Special Forces guys and the Delta units and the SEAL teams.
I have a niece who's a nurse, and they don't let her go to work unless she's vaccinated, which is a bunch of bullshit. I got to tell you.
Pulsechain fixes that.
Yeah, I've got a brother who's a nurse and served 22 years. He didn't want it, but is required.
What if you don't take it? Do they boot you out?
Good question. I don't know. I'd imagine so. But I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of in order, I guess, in a way. But yeah. I just think
People have
I mean,
families to feed. They have to take the vaccine because they have to keep working. They have no other option. Otherwise, they are on the street.
yeah.
Big Pharma
I
always
mean, as a business I mean, if you're a business owner, you don't have to, take any vaccines. There's no requirements there.
And Bitcoin millionaires like me, no requirements needed.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a millionaire and Bitcoin millionaire, but for the mass, the 99% who
Yeah, the sheeple.
most
The sheeple.
people. I wouldn't call
Sheeple
them
have
people.
Well, but 99% of them are sheeple.
Top cat. You really are the top cat.
Yeah, that's me. Do you like my new voice?
It's rough around the edges.
I used to change voices all the time. This is my new acquisition.
You can go on the Joker's channel and you can stream as Batman with the Joker.
I'm more the Batman kind, even though I could be the Joker as well. Batman is my thing.
You sound like Batman.
Oh, thank you. You're flattering me. Well, maybe one day if Pulse helps me to be a billionaire, because being a millionaire is not enough. Being a billionaire, maybe I can
Yeah,
do. Maybe
100
I can do.
millionaire.
Maybe I can do something for these cities we live on. Things are really crazy out there. Maybe I could change something. Let's see if Richard Art helps me get there fast. Buy a Batmobile, cape, a cave.
We'll help you, man. We'll help.
That's a start.
You're not doing it now. What makes you think $1 billion would cause you to do such a thing?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you're a millionaire and you're not trying to help cities, why would $1 billion do that? People do it with less.
You guys imagine if we had like, I don't know, like 100 billionaires in the Pulse community. That's what's up.
Yeah, a lot of rich people could do a lot for this world. They just don't. They don't give a shit. They just care about getting even more rich. See Elon Musk. If I had the money this guy has, I could have so much political influence to change stuff. What does he do? Behave like a child. That's how he behaves, like a child.
Well, I don't think it's because he doesn't want to. I just think that he can't. Having money doesn't, won't give you a military, At least one as large as like the CCP or the US or Russia.
I'm so tired of the mainstream, especially after COVID. All the bullshits, all the dictatorship, all these all this uh, sanitary dictatorship we witnessed. Man, I got so frustrated and disappointed with the West. I live in the West that I find myself wanting Russia to win. It's crazy. How tired I got. How disappointed I got.
You're entitled to your own opinions.
Is there still? Do you guys still have plastic up in your convenience stores, hanging in between the cashier?
No, not here. Well,
Oh, you don't
yes,
see
yes. We still
plastic
have it.
everywhere. Yeah, it's like
We still have it. Yeah.
take the plastic down. Hashtag take the plastic down.
Yeah. Then they call the police. It's a mess.
Why do they have plastic? I thought the East doesn't believe in COVID.
I'm in the West. I'm not Russian.
What is the East
Oh,
believes?
My country
I don't know.
is against Russia as your country is against Russia.
I like Russia. I think they're cool.
They are.
Fuck yeah. They're still drilling. It's all about oil. They got all the oil now. The fucking Western are just pissed. They're just moving around the
Right.
oil money.
Yeah, I think they just want to be the sole providers of oil in that region of the globe.
Fuck, when I heard that Hillary Clinton and Trump running, and when she said the Russians did something, I'm like, red flag went up. I'm like, who the fuck are talking about the Russians? She's like, the Russians hacked us. I'm like, is this serious? And it's been going on for 5 years. I call bullshit.
You might be right.
Just analyze this. You know what happened after this conflict? Now Russia stopped selling oil and gas to Europe. Who's gonna sell gas and oil to Europe? America.
Oh, the Saudis.
No,
I mean,
America.
Ukraine had an oil reserve. Like that was the big deal, right? I think that's what caused the invasion because I know Shell and ExxonMobil, which are American companies, were over there setting up a drilling operation because Ukraine has an oil reserve, but they had to exit once the war started before they could start drilling. Like oil is, I think, Russia's largest export. What I don't understand about Russia is they use like most of their money just on military and defense. Like I watched a video of some vloggers walk throughout some of the walls or the malls in Russia, and you see like cracked tiles on the floors and stuff like that. You know, like instead of helping, the citizens, they're spending all that on the military. But when you have dictators, it's just kind of how it goes. It's like North Korea, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's just like Kim's country.
Yeah, something going on higher, at the higher levels that we'll never know. I know that the costs of price for goods and oil and stuff has gone up dramatically, but I know politicians like to use those kind of things as tools to get reelected. So, say over the next year or two, we see the cost of oil and, goods and services go down. And then he can claim that he's a great president who helped ease that pain and then get reelected. Just pains me that it's the civilians in the public sector that has to deal with the force of all this inflation. Like, folks in government and military are well taken care of. I went and had have a retired military member, but I went with them on and ate at one of the cafeterias there. It's like a full island. You got all these different stations. You got like the pasta section, burger section. You got like meats, and you just order up whatever you want. It's kind of like it's kind of like a buffet thing, but it's $2, $2 to go in there and have an island with fruits and drinks. It's unlimited food too. It's just wild to me. But on the outside, it's like, $200. It's like barely, filling up a cart of food at like a Costco or a local grocery store.
Where are you talking about?
In the U.S.
You said that it was $2 at a food court.
Yeah, it's like a buffet, man. It's like a food buffet thing, man. It's for this.
I joined the conversation late. You said you feel bad. You were talking about people that are in government or in the military that aren't dealing with inflation, and you said $2 at a food court. So I just jumped in late. So what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm saying on the outside, if you go out and buy groceries and you're like a civilian, you're going to the grocery store and paying like $250, $300 typically for like a full cart of food, and that's
you went and ate with somebody that was in the military or something, or like where are you?
Yeah, so I've got. Where am I?
Yeah, I just jumped in the conversation too. What are we talking about?
Or like where did you go experience this $2 food court? It was on the military base or something?
Yeah, it was on a military base, yeah.
Damn, then they got to import all that, so our taxpayer dollars are sending all the food there, and then everyone's eating for $2.
Yeah, dude, and it's they got fresh fruit.
When I was overseas and this time in Iraq, this base that I was at, we didn't have any food, right? It was like mermaided in, and down the road, we were the security for this region, this huge base. And they have at these on military bases, they have 4 meals a day free, okay, right? But these meals are like These buffets are the biggest buffets I've ever seen in my life. Every dessert you wanted, every ice cream, every possible thing. On Fridays, they had steak and shrimp. And all that's free, right? You can eat as much as you want. It's like the most food I've ever seen. And I heard stories of guys gaining 100 pounds during their deployment, the guys that are sitting on those bases. But yeah, we used to sit around and be like, oh my God, how much you think this is costing here? It was just the most crazy amount of food I've ever seen. Yeah.
Yeah, my father is a Marine. He was in Vietnam, and like I hear stories here and there, but then I also heard it's like, well, at that young age back then too, like 18, you were even at the choice you're getting enlisted, right? But like they would still get time off, and it was still in like a pretty place. So, like I guess going to war, you have to have some sort of perks so that you're not completely remembering why you're there. I don't know. I guess the food's a good.
They try and they try and distract you, from the fact that you're at war, fighting for your life.
Type of pie. You had your choice of any type of pie, any type of dessert, any type of sandwich, everything. It was pretty cool. One of my favorite memories is I seen a guy, this Iraqi guy that was working with us. We brought him to Burger King, and he tried a Big Mac for the first time. His first time having a burger. That was pretty cool to see someone eat an American burger for the first time.
In Iraq, you're saying?
Yeah.
Except you can't get a Big Mac at a Burger King.
Or Whopper. Yeah, my bad.
Whopper.
What about Burger King?
All those chains are pulling out of I don't know if those are, but I saw some big chains were pulling out of Russia. It's gotta be bad for them. Losing the jobs, at least.
Well, who's got a question out there? Who's got a Pulsechain, PulseX, Hex question? We'd love to hear it.
Looks like some good buying pressure. Feels good. Let's see. I thought Richard Hart didn't drink. I thought he wasn't a drinker. Saw his last video. He was kind of joking. I know he gets he gets super red in the face, but he's with a bunch of people. He's with the doc guys looking at some early screening stuff. So hey, at least it seems like they're becoming a tight knit family. At the beginning, I was like, I don't really know about this, and then I think they're spending a lot of time together. And when you're on set with people like that, like you do become pretty close. And the fact that like they're screening like in his house like that, like I think that they're becoming pretty close. So I think I'll probably have more control over it than not. And I think they probably every time they go and shoot some cool stuff, I think he's probably getting pretty amped on it. So I think the more excited I see him about it, and the more kind of involved I see him in the doc, I think the more he'll make sure that it's really kind of showcasing his products in the best lights. I'll tell you though, for a billionaire, his house looks pretty modest. That would be bigger.
Yeah. Were you thinking to be like a big palace, with the garden and the courtyard, massive courtyards?
I grew up around some of the biggest houses in the country in the world, and it's just like, and I shoot a lot of high end luxury real estate, so like you can tell just by looking into a corner of a room how big of a room is. I mean, I think that he lives in a pretty modestly sized. And the thing is too, like it could be a big house with like smaller rooms that just like go out. But it seems like a pretty nice Scandinavian. I've never been to Sweden, nor do I know if he's in Sweden, but I kind of think he's around there. And he didn't build his house; I think he bought. So, and I think he's been there for a long time, and I think he's probably pretty good at conserving his money. I think he's just kind of chilling. But yeah, I would expect like a way big baller house. I guess he doesn't really need it. He doesn't have a family, right?
Yeah, I imagine be pretty lonely. Just him in this throne. I guess he's got the community.
I saw like a 50 Cent something. They asked him about something. And he was just like, man, he's like, if I what like someone asked me what's one of the things you would go back and do if you like could get that money back again. He's like, I wouldn't buy such a big house. He's like, sometimes you have these big houses and you look down the hallway and like you never even go down that hallway. You're like, I'm not going down there. It's like kind of true. Like you don't need that big of a house.
Plus all the maintenance, right? So you've got a big house, got to have a big staff. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, very true. Especially if you got a big lawn.
Yeah, I own several rental properties, and yeah, it's a fucking pain in the ass.
You gotta look for a gardener. You need a gardener for.
It's just everything breaks all the time. Water leaks, pipes, like shit. You need to paint. Things are just new roof. Things are just breaking constantly.
And he added inflation in.
Maybe the tenants are doing that.
I'm not complaining, man. I'm making money off of it, but it's a job, man.
Captain,
But it's you work.
where's all those big houses you were talking about that you said you lived by or something?
Most expensive zip code in America. You can Google it and then you can do reductive to realize I live in New York. So it's in New York.
The Hamptons, baby.
Get out of here.
Hamptons. Yeah, I manage for Amazon delivery company, and we go out and deliver near in Washington State. So we deliver to like the Bill Gates. Bill Gates' home. Well, he doesn't order Amazon, but his neighbors and Jeff Bezos there. Those houses, I've seen some of them, and they're just incredible. Never been inside, just on the outside. So do you do like staging for that, Mango? Since you're in real estate, is it expensive to do that kind of stuff?
Not staging only because it depends on the market, right? Like the real estate market out there's just been so hot where even over the past like 2018, 19, it was kind of dipping, and then we we hit COVID, and the market actually exploded because we had all this helicopter money, and then people weren't just renting for the summer; they were going out there to buy. And then housing shortages, and so things have actually been they've just been selling, and they were going way above ask, and there was bidding wars, and people were just going full cash. We're seeing it kind of come back a tiny bit where people thought they could buy and then just continue to rent, because a lot of the summer rentals out there, like the whole game has been buy and you can pay off your mortgage in 2 to 3 months in the summertime, and people are getting 6 figures for a month rental out there this summer, still last summer too. So not so much staging, but it's a supply and demand situation out there. People want to be out there. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. It's close to New York. It's about 2.5 hours. You can get there in one Tesla charge, where a helicopter is 45 minutes. So, it's one of the oldest towns in America. We have the first ever cattle ranch. Like our town was founded in 1650, 1680. So 100 years before the Declaration of Independence. So
Jeez, yeah.
the
Tell me some more.
all Native American land. The Scottish, the Dutch came over first looking for green medicine and came up on the natives, and then the British came over, and then the British took over and started to implement a lot of rules about, or started to come up with contracts and give natives, they were trading them. So they came out with the ships and stuff, and they were trading them provisions for the winter for land and writing these contracts that these natives were like, well, we don't read and write. Second of all, you don't own this land, Mother Nature owns this land. So we'll take your guns and stuff. And then slowly, just got colonized and they got pushed off. The people always think of like the Hamptons as like, oh, it's the playground of the rich and famous, but there's a really cool community there, entrepreneurs, small businesses, and it's seasonal, but it's become more of a year-round place. And I
Yeah, I've
remember
always
I love real
heard it was
estate.
a big spot for the rich.
Yeah, there's a community there, right? It's like the rich aren't mowing their own lawns or building their houses, or working at the grocery stores and stuff like that. So you can make a good living out there just working in the service industry for 16 weeks a year.
Wow. Are most of those residents, are those the Wall Street folks?
Summertime, yeah. That's the other thing too. It's like it's really expensive. The cost of living to live out there is expensive. You can't find anywhere to live. So that's always kind of the issue for people and for businesses. A lot of businesses shut down, which is bad because it creates this like desert of like retail, and a lot of the retail stores have figured loopholes out where they're writing off their rent for the full year on the months they're not there, and they're just shutting down, which creates these like retail deserts where there's not a lot open, so it's quiet and stuff. But yeah, it's old money, and then it's Wall Street money, and then these Wall Street guys, they were putting a lot of company money into these houses too. Like they were putting Goldman's money into these $100 million homes on the beach and stuff, and those are assets on their balance sheet. And, I don't know. Sometimes some of the money out there is just ridiculous, but it doesn't buy you happiness. Still a lot of unhappy rich dudes out there.
Right, that comes from within. It was pretty overpopulated over there, huh? Yeah, city life out there in New York.
Not so much. I mean, New York City is kind of. It feels like it's calmed down a little bit. A lot of people left and didn't really come back during COVID.
Oh, the and then you ever try
Any
pitching crypto to them?
I'm actually gonna interview for this job that I wanted 2 years ago, working for Sirhan, Ryan Sirhan, and he just moved his brokerage out there. I think where I might start to pivot is figuring out where the bridge between real estate and crypto is. Because like to your point, like over the years, right, it's always been like Wall Street money that goes out there. But I have a feeling a lot of the disposable income is moving into the crypto world. Um, and people will want to buy in crypto. I've been asking a lot of the brokers out there what the people are saying anything, and a lot of them are older too, so they don't really get it, and they still don't understand how it works. And then they also want things that are FDIC backed in terms of like their commissions and stuff. But I'd be interested to be more at the forefront of the real estate bridge, um, and be in that conversation on how real estate and blockchain tech will eventually merge.
Yeah, I've been seeing. I had a friend try to pitch me on like these blockchain deeds that people were selling. So you could like auction on these homes on a blockchain. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. I don't know if that's like the future of where real estate is headed with like this blockchain or not, or just experimental and it's gonna just fail or whatnot. But talked to a real estate guy at the gym 2 weeks, about a month ago. He was telling me how there are some real estate brokers who are accepting crypto now for buying homes. I don't know if it's true, but that's just what he had told me.
Like Sirhan and their team, they've been doing it. Like if there's a client that wants, they're like, I'm always selling in this, and if the client is willing to do it, like there's a will, there's a way. I think it needs to go into like an escrow and this, that, the other thing. I also know the same way like sports players can take their contracts in Bitcoin, like brokerages are also, um, pitching new hires with, hey, like we'll give you your commissions in crypto if you want it. So um, we're definitely figuring it out. As far as like still needing, all the middlemen to do the paperwork, I think you still obviously need all that. But I think eventually, yeah, deeds and then, disseminating. The other thing too that's important for is like overseas buyers. And maybe somebody wants to just buy into a property and they have, a lot of money and they don't need to fly over there to see it. And they just want to buy. And they want to get the transaction in and done and be able to see a return on their investment, or even like fractional ownership, I think we'll see. And I don't know. That's
How would that work?
fractional ownership.
Yeah, fractional ownership.
I mean, you could fractionalize a deed into 100 NFTs, and if it's a rental property, it's going back to those accounts, almost like yield.
Yeah, the property appreciates, your share of that would appreciate the same percentage or something like that, right?
Yeah.
wonder if we'll see HEX accepted for payment for in the future. Hey Thor,
Yo,
you having any of your tenants pay you in HEX?
oh, I just have Airbnbs. I don't have long-term renters.
Oh, got it. So you pretty full for the most part of the year, better part of the year? Or is it kind of this seasonal type of thing?
For the most part, the winter, but yeah, pretty much all year. It's making good money.
Oh, you must be in a travel location.
I am.
Do you also live in do you like live in your units, or you just have it it's kind of separate?
No, they're just rental properties. I do not live there. I'm in LA. My rental
How's the
properties are in
weather?
the mountains. Yeah, my rental properties are in the mountains. San Bernardino.
Uh what's over there?
Running Springs, Lake Arrowhead, Arrow Bear, Big Bear. It's a bunch of places.
Is it far from the
If you go
city?
down, it's about 2 hours away. If you go down the mountain on
Oh,
the bike side, you're in Yucca Valley. You're an hour from uh, Joshua Tree, High Desert. It's fucking beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
you don't have to deal with like worry about any of those like forest fires going on, right? Or there
All the
was a
time, man.
pretty bad.
It's oh yeah, no, it's always burning. Definitely
I
something you
just
have to worry about.
watched a video that they were like limiting water usage out there. So how does I don't know if that happens where you're located, but
Absolutely.
yeah, is there like so they like charge you more if you go over a certain water threshold limit or something, like, or fine
I'm
you,
sure.
right? There's like
I'm
fines.
sure they would. Yeah, I'm sure they would if that was the case. But I've never been in that situation. But I get letters constantly about water conservation.
Yeah. What I don't understand is like the coast isn't that far, right? You got an ocean there. What's stopping them from just kind of like pumping the water in and desalinating it and using that?
Apparently, technology is gnarly. I mean, I know the Israelis are really good at it, and they're certainly making it work. I don't know why we're not making it happen here, but it's a really good question. Because I mean, like California is, we have a serious water issue, and especially like LA, there's no natural water source for LA. Like we import all our water, and that would be a great solution. So, and apparently, there's no groundwater left either.
Yeah. Well, these guys have to vote on it.
I'm really surprised that they haven't come up with a solution for that. Because that would be the way to go. Because you're right, the ocean is right here. So apparently, it's like a really costly process to get the salt out of the water. But I'm assuming like if you throw some money at it, you'll have some big brain guys that could figure that out.
Right. I mean, you guys got Silicon Valley there, right? That's like the most concentrated area of billionaires, like, right, in the world or something like that.
Totally. That's Northern California. They have, I mean, they have water issues as well, but like Southern California is where the real issue lies.
All right, though. They said coastal cities will be underwater in 100 years. So I guess that's how they plan to solve that. Right.
That's what they keep saying, man. You see, the billionaires still keep buying ocean properties, so. And politicians.
Oh, that's a good argument.
If they're so concerned about that, why are they buying the nicest properties in the world along the coast?
Because they don't give a shit. You can look at Antarctica, and if you look at Antarctica, there's like major, huge shelves that are about to dislodge and just completely add a fuck ton more water. Australia is getting destroyed by floods, by like weird weather patterns, by fires. So, and you can't even get insurance by the beach. So even if you buy a beach house, you're not getting insurance. How fast it rises yet to be seen, but it's not just the rising water; it's the warming of the water, it's the hurricanes. It's like I don't want to be in the eye of any of those storms.
They could, billionaires could afford to like build the infrastructure they need, right, to make it so that their properties are safe theoretically. But
nah, they can just afford to lose it all and not matter.
Have you guys seen An Inconvenient Truth with Al Gore?
That was like a decade.
Al Gore made a documentary a few years ago called An Inconvenient Truth. Have you seen it?
A decade ago.
If you haven't seen it, you should go watch it.
The real problem.
Talk about
who's Al Gore?
The real problem, yeah, right. The real problem are
Who's Al Gore?
the rising temperatures. The real problem is the coral reefs and losing the coral reefs, because like we know more about what's happening in outer space than we do our oceans, and about 1 billion people rely on the food from our oceans, and we're just annihilating those. And we lose. If it's we talk about like when you look back in like the sediment, not the sediment, but in like the is it the sediment or the
ice cores?
When you to look at like the different different extinctions over.
Yeah, they drill in the ice, both on the North Pole and Greenland and Antarctica and so on and so forth.
Like we're gonna lose the Amazon, then we're gonna lose the coral reefs, and those are two huge ecosystems that if we lose those, like it's just a cascading effect. That's just not gonna be good.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're trying to grow food in a lab. Maybe they can grow fish or something. Find a way to. Apparently, a lot of that coral reef stuff is being like accelerated by humans going there and diving and visiting, because we have like bacteria on our bodies. We're made of bacteria, so when we go there, we bring in.
I just say a lot of it. It's a lot of different factors. one, the way that we contribute to it is through obviously like plastic pollution, but also like non-nano sunscreen. So anyone that ever goes on vacation and lathers himself up on sunscreen and thinks that they're gonna go swim with turtles, like you're killing the turtles. Like any non-nano, like the microplastics, all that stuff is getting into these microbiotical. I mean, like coral reefs. Coral reefs are a lot like your skin, right? Like when you cut your skin, don't you think it's so magical how your body is able to just heal that cut? Like those are billions of microorganisms that are on your skin that are able to heal that up. And when you see a dead piece of coral, and it's this white, pretty looking piece of coral, that's a skeleton, right? And it's these microorganisms that live on top of that skeleton and make up, the beginnings of that ecosystem, where all the way up the scale, these different fish and whole worlds live, and they all rely on that coral reef. Those are their cities, right? So there's also a lot of Southeast Asian cultures that they fish with dynamite. They're just blowing up these reefs, and the fish are coming to the top, and they're like, all right, cool, time to eat. But they're just completely decimating the coral reefs. And then the rising temperatures also bleaching the coral reefs, and it happens fast. Like they lost like 30% of the Great Barrier Reef in like under 2 years, in between like 16, 17, and 18. And it doesn't come back that strong. And we don't have the technology to really go down there and replenish. Though there has been interesting studies where you can graft coral the same way you graft like a tree. And so they found that by cutting a piece of coral, you can stress grow it, and it'll continue to graft and multiply. But every time that you can grow a 25-year-old piece of coral in under 6 months. But then if we don't, fix the problem with the acidification of the water and the rising temperatures, you're just reintroducing this coral to an environment where like less than 10% will survive, less than 7% actually. And to actually scale up this type of coral reef restoration, we need machines. I work with somebody who's an Australian kid that used to work at NASA, MIT graduate, engineer, and he's developed something called CHARM, CHARM, which stands for a coral husbandry automated raceway machine, which is essentially like a farm bot in these like big tanks. A lot of the scientists and coral researchers and biologists, they spend a lot of their time having to scrub these corals with little toothbrushes, because it's the algae that's really hurting a lot of the coral. And even in the tanks, the algae will build up. And if you're grafting it, and you almost have like an open cut that always has to be clean. So these robots are going in at scale, and it's on a track, so it comes down, and it's able to go in there and do that cleaning, so that the scientists are able to do some of the more difficult research. And then, just the math doesn't check out for us to be able to get down there. And then also having the right inventions and tools once we get down to the water. Like a lot of these coral farms underwater are all being propped up by PVC pipes and zip ties. And that's just not going to work at scale. So it's a pretty dire situation that I implore everyone to at least have an understanding of. And if you do go on vacation, you need to be buying non-nano sunscreens, zinc oxide, titanium dioxide, and just not have all the other petroleum-based ingredients, because it's bad for your skin and it's bad for the environment. And that will dilute, one drop of sunscreen will dilute into an Olympic-sized swimming pool circumference.
Alrighty, no more swimming for me.
Well, wear a shirt, wear a rash guard. And these are things too that I think like bring it back to Pulsechain, right? Like today I reached out to this my mom's friend who's a broker, and I was like, hey, just she sells a lot of real estate out there in Lantons, and I was like, anyone asks, they can buy a house in crypto or sell a house in crypto. And she's like, yeah, people are kind of joking about it, but it's not insured and it's bad for the environment, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, cool. Like that's all being worked on and will change. But as we flip the narrative, I think we need to run really hard with the environmentally friendly blockchain, and onboard, the masses and people that are solving real problems, and figure out how we can, be the blockchain that allows them to, do commerce, on this chain, tap into, their communities and receive crypto payments, or, be able to sell NFTs and really utilize the technology, and allow them to come in and feel comfortable that, hey, blockchain isn't destroying the world, and we can actually use these tools and technologies to help our cause and connect people around the world.
Yeah. Do you think though that most people will actually look into that sort of thing when it comes to like utilizing one blockchain or another? Do a lot of people think like
it's all narrative?
Understanding between proof of stake? Yeah.
It's all narratives. The same way that it got drummed up as a narrative where it's bad for the environment, like it's too technical for people to understand that, like even her, like I wasn't going to explain through text messages that like Bitcoin isn't mined like gold. It's not how you get Bitcoin. Like it's these computers that are all competing for this complex algorithmic math problem, and because there's a finite amount of it, they're all racing to get to that small chunk. So it's actually a bunch of like miners trying to figure this out, and like that's what creates the ramp up in CPU and things like that. Back in the day when Richard was doing it, he was doing it from his gaming computer, and it was a lot easier. He was doing 50 BTC per block, right? Off his gaming hard drive, whatever. So it's just there's become a finite amount of it, and it's become worth a lot more money. But even with Ethereum switching over to proof of stake, at least it's going to take that out of the equation, and we'll change the narrative a bit. But I think that came down as a heavy narrative from also fossil fuel, because they'll take anything that takes the heat off their back for a second, and be like, oh no, Bitcoin's the problem. That's the energy consumer. It's not us printing fossil fuel. It's Bitcoin. I think it's also up to us to build eco-friendly products and communities on top of the blockchain, right? And like bring them in. I'm actually going to be hosting an event in New York during NFT NYC at the end of the month. It's being my buddy who runs this space. He said he partnered with Polygon. I was like, well, great. And he like wants me to come speak. I'm like, well, great. I'll come speak. I might even try to figure out, see if Richard wants to pop on screen for a second, because if there's enough people in the room that are smart, and we usually do a lot of, we're really close with the United Nations, and just, like I know a lot of like the people at the UN that are running a lot of these different NGOs and are trying to tackle this. It's not like I'm right there with the 2 degrees of separation. And it's just about building the tools and bringing in the right people. And the UN wants to see us all connect, into a web of communication and not have so many siloed projects. And I think the blockchain can actually help with that, and then also just bring capital in quick versus like having to go through bureaucracies of donations and transparency and things like that. Like they should really want that type of transparency to be able to also track whatever they're doing in real time as well and give that back to the donator or whoever.
Yeah, it's great points there. I think a lot of people will. It's going to be easy to tell people that Pulsechain is just a greener Ethereum, because I feel like most people know or have heard of Ethereum and kind of get the gist of what it is. Not well, they probably just heard of it, but if you tell them it's a greener version, it doesn't like harm the environment.
We should come up with a rating system. You know, this chain gets this many blue planets, right? And Bitcoin
Yeah.
gets none. Let people the same way you go to Amazon, and that it's the same thing with like they want to do that with like purchasing decisions, right? Like instead of having 3 stars on Amazon for a review, how many stars does it get? How many blue planets does it get for being an eco-conscious brand? Let people make their decisions with their purchasing. Let them make their purchasing decisions based on how ethical the product is.
Yeah, but you have to get people to like be interested, more people to be interested in that. But I guess that comes with building like a website, right? Or like you said, having a rating system, because we don't have that now, so people don't know to like look for that kind of thing or to be interested in that kind of thing. You have to. How do we make people interested in that? Or more interested?
The same way you have a coin ranking site, you can have a coin ranking site by I don't know. I mean, anything that's gonna be proof of stake. It's actually just it wouldn't make sense because everything's gonna be proof of stake versus BTC. It'd be everything versus BTC, but
Yeah. Man, is it? Yeah, Elon kind of fludged, the crypto community by coming out and saying that they're selling their stake in BTC because it harms the environment. But I feel like no coiners now have that kind of reflexive reaction to saying they don't want to buy crypto because it harms the environment. Most people, that wasn't really an argument back.
it's individuals. They don't want to do anything new, right? Like even this woman that I was talking to, she's She's probably, 60 something. Like, they don't want to go learn about blockchain, right? They don't want there to be a whole new thing that they got to learn about and compete in. Like, they're just like, oh, like, I'll just write this off and hope it goes away, right? Like, well, look what that did when you could have,
Oh yeah.
Bitcoin scam at $30. It's like they just want it to kind of go away, but it's not going to go away. It's like asking the internet to go away. Like, we saw what that did, right? There's people that don't want to change and scared of change because they're comfortable in their ways. And they don't want to have to learn a whole new fucking paradigm. But it's not for you. It's for the next generation. It's for the generation behind that. So either step aside and like don't dogma, but don't just believe the first narrative that gives you solace in the fact that, like, oh yeah, no, this is a scam, this is dumb. It doesn't end well for people or the majority population. But and it's not even for these first world people too. Like, I'm more interested in trying to lower the barrier for third worlds and allow them to actually see. Like, if we're dealing with inflation here, I can only imagine how difficult it is in other countries. I was at a Argentinian restaurant last night having a nice steak, and I was talking to the girl there, and I was like, "Oh, you Argentinian?" She's like, "No, I'm Venezuelan." I was like, "All right, I'm gonna 3x my tip," but only because, like, I can't imagine what her family's going through, how difficult it must be to, like, I don't know, I can't even imagine. Like, what do you do when your dollar is just inflated out? It must be so difficult to just it must be so worrisome to survive, let alone think about how you're going to raise a family and how they're going to raise a family. It must be really difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we complain about inflation here in the United States, but these other countries have it worse because we're the reserve currency of the world, so we don't usually have it as bad as other places who are using or have a currency that's up against ours. So, you're in real estate. Is Ryan Serhant? Is he like? How did he rise to become so you know um, noticed in the real estate industry? Because I haven't heard of him until about like 2 years ago. Oh, well, I'd say like a year and a half ago. I started just seeing him like all over my YouTube, and he's
Yeah. So first of all, he's a great businessman, and he knows how to buy and sell. He's a great closer. Beyond that, he's good in front of the camera, and he took advantage of social media. He got on to he faked it until he made it, and he got onto $1 Million Listing, which was a Bravo show. It's probably on its like 13th season. And then everybody wanted to work with him. He was working at Nat Seekers at the time, and And he, about 2 years ago, around COVID, he created his own brokerage. It's doing exceptionally well. And he's just a smart businessman, and he knew what he was doing. And a lot of these individuals in the real estate game are dinosaurs, right? They didn't want to adapt. They didn't want to get a YouTube. They didn't know what social media was. They weren't going after, the moms on YouTube. But the thing that people forget is that kids are the ones that actually, like, kids sell cars. That's why you see a lot of kids in car commercials during the Super Bowl and stuff like that. Like, they're the ones that will see something and be like, mommy, check this out. Or they'll be on YouTube and be like, oh, this is cool. And he does his walkthrough. He's charismatic. And people want to work with him. And, he's gotten, big listings and good deals, and he closes. So he's a good dude. And, where these other brokerages, I started as a content creator. And then I would, go home for the season, and I didn't really want to work in a restaurant, so I would shoot real estate and work for myself, go to these people's homes. As a creative, I didn't have to deal with talent, even though sometimes it's better to have. It's good to have a broker that can get on camera and talk to camera and stuff like that. But sometimes if you're not really, set up for it, it's not really the best luck. But he was able to do that well, and he kind of built his company around that, and has been bringing in more camera ready individuals, because you need to make the content. You got to get out there, and you got to go to where the people are, and they're all on social media at all ages. So he was able to do that really well and monetize that.
Yeah, I would think because he does a lot of like high-end properties, right? Like $100 million properties and $40 million properties. I would think the people who are buying these properties are, older generation. They didn't grow up with the internet or social media, and some of them still don't want to use it or don't use it. And some, are kind of slowly adopting it.
Yeah, everybody's on Facebook. How many old people are on Facebook? All of them. And they all are on Instagram. They're all on it. They're all on it. They have YouTube now on their Amazon Fire Stick. My dad just said that to me yesterday. He's like, "Oh, I just got YouTube and saw some of your videos." I'm like, "What? I don't even have a YouTube. I gotta go see what videos I even have on YouTube." But like they all Google just sends you to YouTube now.
Yeah, pesky algorithm.
I think even TikTok age is starting to have a lot more individuals like 35 to 55 as well. I gotta go double check the demo, but I heard that age group was actually starting to grow there a lot.
35 to 55 on TikTok, is it?
TikTok, yeah.
Are you a fan of Ben Mala?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. He's a big Florida real estate guy. He's got like $250 million portfolio in real estate. he's like getting into the social media.
You got to, I'm all about it.
This guy's
It's funny because I wanted this job with them 2 years ago, and I was like kicking their door down like quite aggressively. And I literally just got an email yesterday being like, "Hey, do you want that job that you were telling us about that we kind of just created for you?" I'm like, I don't. I'm like, you're lucky it's a bear market, it's kind of, but not really. But that's why I'm like, I'm gonna take a meeting with them tomorrow, actually today. But I've been trying to like in my mind think of, okay, well maybe if I do this for the next 3 years, I can actually leapfrog a lot of the crypto real estate uh, relationship and figure out where that sits, and then like build out something cool on Pulsechain for real estate and just like do that.
yeah. Is it so you'd be working like under the Ryan Serhant
Yeah.
umbrella, and then maybe you could create your own little arm, extension off of there, like the blockchain side of that, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and I also have my license, so I can take commissions and work that angle too. Like, I would make more and more commission on some of these sales than I would a yearly salary. So I don't want to write that off. And if I can't negotiate some of these things, then I'll just say no. But I'm in a pretty good position to probably get what I want. And I also have some things I want for sure. So we'll see what happens.
What's up, chat? Who's in the house?
That it?
Dude? How you doing? Hello, dude. So I had a thought. I
Just
had a
having a little
question.
chat.
Right on. A thought, little question. So when Pulsechain launches, is there going to be a place you guys already know of or thinking of to monitor the price action live, like DEX tools or anything?
I would just think about using the PulseX exchange, but would it be on Dex tools? Wouldn't someone have to put it on there, or would they be able to monitor that? Dex tools would be pretty cool, awesome to use.
Yeah, there must be somewhere, right? I mean, I think Pulse would go across the bridge too and get traded on Ethereum dexes as well, and whatever price action monitoring tools for those dexes, I'd imagine would have price action. I know you can look at it on PulseX dex, but you can't organize the data and manipulate it the way you want.
Yeah, I kind of just want to get my money across the bridge and then not look at it because I know it's going to be volatile, and I don't want to be
Oh, for
there.
sure. It's just a learning experience,
Myself the
though.
option to buy and sell. Yeah.
Just want to get my popcorn ready and watch the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know there's I think Hex Token said he's going. I think he's thinking about doing a 48-hour live stream. From the mainnet launch. I think he wants to stream from the mainnet launch to when the bridge opens, maybe a little bit after that. So I might watch that or any other community members who stream that when it
Yeah, watch
happens.
as many as you can, right?
Yeah, because I don't know if I want to be at my computer, because if it goes up like, does 10x or when you buy, it does like a 20x, then you might sell and then it go up more. And then you buy, and then it
Get caught in all that.
crashes. Yeah. So I just buy and just shut close it and come back to it a few months later, or like a month later or something. I don't know.
Well, man, this is my first launch, so I kind of want to watch the whole show and get the experience of what happens, and what's possible. Kind of stay tuned.
Yeah. Well, it could be a while, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was just on my mind. Yeah, I'm glad about it.
I think most, if not all of us, are just as excited.
It would launch in June.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, everybody's been excited up until that launch announcement fell through. Everybody was just like, I know the cats in here, I've been waiting a year or more, whatever. They're just like, because, man, they were putting in hard work in here, talking about scheming and all the details. And it was great. It was great. But
man.
everybody's burnt out right now.
Richard looks loose, man. He looks like he's had it as well. Like, I've seen him take some battles on Twitter, then go take a chill pill in Iceland. He's like got a documentary going. He's like flying some girls out just to come like have some friends around. Like, I think he's with family. I think he's like, oh god, I want this thing to fucking launch too. I can see him too. He's ready to, man. Anybody that's like, oh, Richard's trying to time the market, I'm like, go look at that last video of him in his living room. Be like, I'm fucking drunk. Like he's over it. He's ready to fucking launch this thing.
Yeah, I was just watching a video tonight. There was an older one back in like December, November, and he was on this podcast. Sure as shit. He said, "Hey, you better hurry up and get it ready, because get your hex now, because Pulsechain is going to launch in like 3 months." That was like December. So
yeah, well, it's funny because like this when he said that in December, I was like, okay, March. I was like, it's not launching until May. I was like, May, June in my head. So he said 3 months. I added another 3. Kind of, it's just like fucking.
are you basing that on? Have you seen launch before? Launch or two? Been around? Witness delays?
I was basing that off of just the full year of like talking about Pulsechain, talking about like where we were at, having the test net up on the first test net, and like kind of trying to. I think at that point we were kind of going to testnet 2, and we had PulseX come out. I was like, okay, like like he's got a bunch of different things, and he on his streams he would kind of like go through, the different things that had to happen, and like software's tough, but it was also kind of hopeful thinking, but I was just like, it would be a full year wraparound. Um, if he thinks it's done in 3 months, I bet it's done in 6.
Hey, Mingo, I just want to expand on one of your thoughts you had earlier.
Your mic's kind of quiet.
Yeah, you could get closer to your mic or something. Maybe you got your hand over your microphone.
I don't know, is it better?
Not much.
Yo, is it better?
Yes.
I just want to expand on one of Mango's thoughts that he had earlier about uh implementing things, and I just wanted to like ask his vision on how he sees like a well trusted uh host, if you will, like where it's like, validated through other vendors. Like I just wanted to see um what he has planned. I mean,
Yeah, so crypto, you like to use a lot of these big words in the wrong ways, but I think what you're asking, actually, I have no idea what you're asking. What are you asking? Validator, what? Validator?
Well, like the thing is, I see with the uh, like, okay, if you get on like, you know, other metaverses and other like websites that launch these Web3 games and stuff, uh, what I look for before I even really before I even really engage into the website is I'm looking for like, you know, the other validators, like other companies that I trust, you know, because I don't want to be like doing certain things and then, like I just want to have like a more consensus of, okay, other companies are backing this up and host it on here, and like there's exclusives on here, there's like newsletter, there's like, you know what I mean, like it's there's a few of them that are like really good, you know.
That's the difficult thing about Web3 stuff, right? Like airdrops this, you get that. Like you almost, even when you know, connect to a site or sign something, like I see people on Twitter, they're like, I'm in the Board Yacht Club, and they literally just put something out about Ape Fest and connecting with this company called Token Proof, which allows you to verify through their app that you are the owner of an NFT, so that when you show up to the event now, you just have the QR code on their app, and it's like, hey, I have this, instead of having to like have it on a hot wallet and like show it or anything like that. So I saw even people being skeptical and not knowing how to like sign through things or like what they're looking at, which is a problem, right? Not all of us know how to go look at a smart contract or know how to inspect elements on a website to see if it's potentially fraudulent. So you do kind of have to like ask the community if things are good, but you know, um, I would look into. I would definitely use Twitter to your advantage there, and talk to the community. Like I don't really go I'm not the first one in on an airdrop to anything, and I'll usually just let it sit there. And I'm not interested in a potential $1,000 to get rinsed of however much I got. So if there's not always going to be this is good to go. You really gotta do your research and ask around, and a lot of these airdrops are things like I would prefer that you don't have to sign in with your wallet. You can simply just kind of connect, and there are some things like other third parties on Hex where you haven't had to like sign anything. You can literally just kind of sign up and claim. And I think that's kind of the way forward. But you do the research, it is still the Wild West, and there aren't as many guardrails as there will be probably in the future. Also, don't click any links.
Hey man, well spoken, dude. Yeah, there's some out there you don't have to per se uh integrate your wallet, but like if we're taking essentially something and making a copy of it and expanding on it, hopefully, like right. So I think there's just huge improvement that we can make and that make that leap forward. You know.
Yeah, man, and like don't feel bad, crypto. Like I've been rinsed before. Like it's kind of part of the course, man. Like you learn what not to do the hard way, unfortunately, and like bro, you don't even want to know how much I've lost. So like I understand it happens, but you gotta, you know. The only times I've ever really gotten screwed over too, it's when I was just being a little bit too greedy about something, or trying to get around a gas fee, or thinking that I'm getting a good deal on something. It's like you got to really understand what you're getting yourself into and realize that like just because you're in a community doesn't mean that everyone's trustworthy. We're all pretty pseudo anonymous, so no clicking links. If you don't feel like you should be connected to something, do not connect to it. Definitely don't connect to it with your cold storage wallet as your vault, right? Like that's why you have a vault that never connects to the internet, and you have other wallets that do other things. For that extra $100, you can save yourself a lot of headache. Don't be lazy just connecting a wallet because that's where you like to collect all your things because you don't want to have too many seed phrases. Like you gotta diversify and expand it out, but also be organized enough to maintain all of that security. It's difficult, but worth it.
Yeah, I heard you loud and clear, man. Crystal clear.
Imagine if we're at PulseCon and the shit hasn't launched yet.
When is PulseCon?
When is that?
September.
And Richard
But-
has some action on video.
Bunch of drunk people either way.
That'll be like super. It would be so. Everybody would be so depressed.
Trying to cash in my sacrifice balance for more chips on the table. Like, I swear it's coming.
Yeah, I can't even imagine that would even happen. It's going to launch before then. Like, there's no chance that it doesn't launch before then. That would be not good.
Yeah, I think like the when is capitulated. I guess it's like we're so fucking close. We're so close. Also, all like the FUDDers, all the maxis that are like trying to get their way, be like, see, I told you, like this is where like it's just like quiet for a little bit and then just oof, candle. Red Bull candle. Oof. I guess that would be a bull candle. We're gonna have to make a green bull candle.
The best bit of tech news I heard today is the DoD is finally going to give the Ukrainians the HIMARS rocket system, which doubles their current artillery range.
Take cover.
Wait, what was that? What is it?
The U.S. Department of Defense is going to finally ship the Ukrainians a HIMARS rocket system, which will double their current artillery range.
Hector, I've been meaning to ask you. Have you seen the documentary called Ukraine on Fire?
I haven't. I just watched that NBC special that aired earlier in May called Putin's War, and that was pretty good. But I'm regularly on Funker 530.
Benjamin, it's called Ice on Fire. Great doctor.
I'm talking about one directed by Oliver Stone. That's called Ukraine on
seen
Fire.
that yet. No, haven't seen it yet.
You can watch it on Rumble. They took it off all the streaming platforms right before the invasion of Ukraine.
What's the correct title of it?
It's called Ukraine on Fire.
Yeah, Ice on Fire is the Netflix stuff.
It's very informative, to say the least.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time over in Eastern Europe and in the Balkans and in the Baltics as well as Russia over the past 25 years. So I was in no illusionary state as to how Russia was going to fare because they put on a good song and dance, but at the end of the day, their military performed really shittily. They just depend on trashing civilian urban centers and not really knowing how to do land warfare.
Interesting. I was talking to a civilian in Ukraine, and she said that their government officials were saying that the war could potentially be over by the end of the year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Putin's under huge pressure, and the oil sanctions, plus the UN and I guess a couple other regional security organizations are now debating the situation with the grain exports out of Ukraine. And I wouldn't be surprised if they tell the Russians, fuck you, the UN's coming in with NATO flagged ships and we're going to escort every goddamn freighter out of there. If you don't like it, go fuck yourself, because they could sink the Russians' Black Sea fleet in 10 minutes if they needed to. Now, no one wants a wider war, but that's on the table.
Wow, so NATO really could just, so I don't really know. Tell me, so NATO is like the US and Europe together? What is it? What is NATO?
28 nations, including Canada and the US, most of them in Europe.
And like, so then they all kind of like get, it's like this, like, is there like there's not like a NATO fleet. It's like all of them are in a pact. So they just come together under something.
That's the one world government.
They signed a common defense pact after the end of World War II. So it basically says if you attack one NATO member, it's like attacking the others. That's why the Swedes and the Finns, after sitting on a fence for the better part of the last 40 years, are finally jumping in.
Ukraine wasn't in NATO, and they're just becoming a part of the EU, correct?
The biggest mistake the Ukrainians made were giving up their nuclear weapons over the Budapest conference in 1991, I believe. That's what screwed them.
Go watch Ukraine on Fire. It's on Rumble.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out tomorrow.
I just listened to Oliver Stone on Lex Friedman today.
No way.
Can't really say that I trust his judgment after listening to that podcast. Yeah, really.
Check it out. Give us the lowdown.
I will check it out.
Give us the lowdown on the Oliver Stone, Lex Friedman thing you saw.
Oh, he's just very friendly to Russia and Ukraine for that matter.
If you check out the documentary, it tells a lot about that. There's a lot of shit that I had no clue, and we'll just say Nazis.
Yeah, I have no doubt that he right. Yeah, man. Maybe. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, man. You could just see what went down under the Soviet Union and before, like under Lenin and Stalin. This is not like anyone that has any sympathy for how they run their society is just, you're willfully ignorant at best.
Yeah, Putin was trying to sell the whole Nazi thing to the Russian public and the rest of the world. You got a group of hardcore Banderists, of which the Azov battalion that was holed up in Mariupol in that steel factory were the #1 active combatants that were supposedly right-wing Nazi nationalist types within Ukraine, but they consist of less than several thousand people.
Who put them in power?
They're not in power. They have their own
Well,
branch and they have their own militia, but they fought down in Mariupol. And they did a pretty good job because what they did during that 3-month siege down there was tie up 17,000 Russian troops that could have been fighting elsewhere in the Ukraine. I thought it was a pretty brilliant move, regardless of ideology.
well, I'll be interested to hear your thoughts once you see that documentary.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I have no illusions about the Ukraine. My wife's an international analyst, and that's one of her countries that she covers, and it's probably just as corrupt, if not more so, than Russia.
Oh, absolutely.
If you want the truth, listen to CNN.
uh,
Here's something for you guys. Hector, you were in the military, correct?
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
sir.
Thank you. I don't follow the charts very well on what the staking or the stakes that are ending, what it's doing. I just heard the next couple of days a lot of stakes were ending. Could someone give more light on that?
Yeah, don't read into that narrative so hard, right? That's people are like really in the comments being like, "Oh, it's 2 billion stakes ending." Like, if you want to go to this website, go to hex.vision, right? Scroll down a little bit, or if you click on the left-hand column, you'll see staking. Click on that. You can see open stakes. You can dial it using the calendar, and you can see for yourself when the stakes are ending. But don't read too much into those comments. Stakes are always going to be ending. There has been, a good amount towards this amount of time, but it's not, there's also probably 250 million stakes that are just rotating 30-day stakes. Not a lot of people are sitting here panic selling. It's a part of the narrative that like I think is just about done. And a lot of those stakes were end of May up until yesterday, June 1. You know, people have 14 days to end stake, and then you'd be silly to be end staking that much and like dumping on the market right before the fork.
Thanks, Captain.
$10,000x.
Nah, that's too many X's, man. We don't want it. Take that somewhere else. 2X.
10,000x will explode in 24 hours. Yes, sir.
What's the good word, Cat?
I'm hopping on the Kit Kat. What's going on with you, Benjamin?
But one of the admins just said in the chat it's not launching for another 6 months probably. I know it's just his opinion, but like 6
That's not
months,
what
like
he
some people
said.
think it's not launching for another half a year.
False.
Let's
No
go
one.
to.
He said that you
There's
have
an
to wait another 6
there's an
months to
official
get the
member
wave
up here by the
pool
name of Cat 10,000X. When are we launching, Cat?
By September or November.
I'm joking. He's not official, but he's our official, unofficial mascot.
Yeah,
Benjamin, we have to stop.
that statement by Papa Bona, he was being sarcastic, obviously, because people ask him the same question 15,000 times a day. So just relax.
Honestly, nobody knows.
No.
When we stop thinking about it, it will launch in. And we're still talking about it, what day, it will never launch. The best thing is, don't think about it, guys. It will happen. Right, Benjamin?
That's right.
What's new, guys? You like hearing 10,000 cats?
We missed you, bro. Where you been?
Been working like a dog these days. Everybody garage's doors breaking up.
The sun, your garage door breaking.
Yes, garage door, heating, air conditioning. That's what I do for a living. Heating, air conditioning.
HVAC, is that how you know that was the first business that Richard's family was in, HVACs.
Yup, he used to be an instructor too. With HVAC. He used to teach in ETI. Richard Hart.
I like good business, no?
What is it?
Probably a good business to be in. I mean, I know you gotta fix air
Oh,
conditioning. It sucks, but
man, you can make like $4 million a year if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing.
Especially when it's hot, everybody needs AC. That's where the money is. Trade. You know, one job you can make $1,000, 500, 20 minutes. Boom, boom. You don't have to work 12 hours shift. Make $80, $100. Especially these days, the economy is getting worse. Trade is the number one field. What's up, guys? What up, boy?
Remember to have some tiramisu. I love New York.
Where's Papa Boner? Where's Jakinator?
They retired.
They made the money, 10,000x, huh? You think we're gonna make a lot of money in PulseX, guys?
If you hold it long enough.
How long we gotta hold?
Depends how much you sacrificed.
Depends on what you consider a lot of money too. I mean, you can make a lot of money considerably right out the gate. 6 months later, 1 year later, 2 years later. Yeah.
6 months it might hit like 50x, 20x.
Yeah, to some people that's right.
If you sacrifice $1 million, that means you'd be doing pretty well.
That's too risky dollars. That's too much money. So then,
You guys thinking 100x launch day or?
first day launch 1x or 2x max.
Well, we start off at 1x, I think.
That would be the price, wouldn't
Exactly.
it? Oh, we need one more.
Yep.
When I make 10,000x, I'm gonna buy me a watch, Lamborghini. I'm gonna open a page on YouTube. I'm gonna have these 3 beautiful playgirls behind my back.
Richard
Divorce my
Hart
wife.
Jr.
I'm gonna divorce my wife.
How fast do you think Pulse will get to $3?
Say 3 years, 4 years, 5 years.
It's just unbelievable. But yeah, probably true.
So not launch day then, I guess.
If it hits $3 during launch day, you're a multi-millionaire.
It's not hitting $3 launch day.
By the end of the year, hit half penny.
Half penny?
Yes, sir.
What's launch price?
I told you 1x, 2x, 0.0000014.
Well, sacrifice price was 3 zeros and a 1.
Yeah,
It
the
went down.
average was like 304
It went
ish.
It went down because of the bear market. He reduced it.
So if you think of it as you paid 10,000, you got 10,000 coins for $1. If you just look at that, disregarding the bonuses, whatever you got, volume bonus or flat bonus, then if it goes to a penny, that's 100x. It goes to 10 10 cents. That's 1,000x, and so on and so forth.
A dollar's 10,000x.
Big cats.
10,000x a dollar.
I'm the 10,000x. If I told Richard
A dollar is
There's a lot of
10,000x. A cent is 100. 10 cents is 1,000. A dollar is 10,000. X.
how's that, cuz? How did Hex did 14,000x? It never went to a dollar.
Starting price.
Well, I'm saying from, if you take into consideration that you got 10,000 coins per dollar, that's how I'm doing the math. As far as Hex goes, when you're saying it did 10,000x from the bottom to the top, it was whatever that bottom price was to the top at 50 cent was 10,000x, or whatever the top was.
Yeah, that could be like $3 or $4.
It was like 5 zeros and a 5 that Hex was down or something.
It bottomed out lower than launch price, so that's how you got 10,000x.
Yeah, well,
it's possible.
yeah, exactly. It dropped a lot from day one. If you consider it, yeah, you would consider that the launch price, obviously. So yeah, it dropped a lot.
Can you imagine those people that sold off and because it dumped, and how they feel now?
It's the name of the game, baby.
I want to sell
I
my
would imagine they
full
get back. You want to sell what?
That's what I'm assuming. All you guys are you're gonna time the market, right? If it does 100x the first day, you're gonna sell your bag, then it's gonna dump, and you're gonna buy back in. It's gonna be glorious.
You know, guys are gonna do it.
Of
So
course,
I'm getting my
of
popcorn
course
ready.
I know.
I'm show.
Of course I
That's
know
what I'm
people are
doing.
gonna do that.
That's what I'm doing. I'm going to buy. I mean, let it pump, sell, rebuy for less.
You're gonna hurt the market, cuz.
Just gonna hurt himself. Don't worry.
Don't care.
Just hold, man, hold. Do not pump, buy, pump. Let it rise, man.
I'm trying to get my bag larger.
Boy, you get your bag larger. You're in the bear market. That sucker's gonna explode in 24 hours.
You're gonna double your bag, man. Sell high, buy low.
Sell high and buy low. Yup.
It's not buy high, sell low.
If you're an idiot, that's what most people do. Gang, gang.
Don't buy or sell while you're high.
Buy high and buy low.
That launch is going to be pure carnage. And a lot of people are going to get wrecked.
How they gonna get wrecked? Sell slow?
Trying to double their bags. You know,
That's
they're gonna time it. They're gonna play the game. They're gonna be like, what? 100x dump.
Have to play their game, cuz they can get that money. They
Hey
can get
man,
the casino.
I'm not hating on anyone, man. Like whatever you need to do, you go for it. I'm not telling anyone to do anything.
I want to keep my bag.
It just sucks when you get kicked out of position.
I mean, if you sell at 100x, you just got to be patient, whatever it takes to buy back under that, if that's what you decide to do.
If it does 100x the first day, chances are that it's gonna dump, or it's gonna drop a lot, right? But you can end up in the position where with Hex, I can't remember which candle it is, but when the Godwell bought in at whatever price he did, it never dropped from there, right? So sometimes you might think you're selling at a good price, and then if you're not smart about it, you dump your whole bag, and then the price runs away from you, and then you have to buy in higher, and there you go. But you're
Take
absolutely
data
right. If it does 100x, if it does 100x, chances are
if
it's
it does
going to dump hard.
100x, yeah.
It all depends on who's selling.
Maybe 6
if
months
Rackham
to
decides to
a
sell,
year.
That guy that bought $1 million will sell some if it does 100x.
A lot of people will sell if it does 100x, even if it's 6 months.
If it hits 100x, I make $3 million. Bye, guys.
I'm just
You
going to
already got
utilize
plenty
the
of millions, Kit
collateralized
Kat.
loans.
Is it?
I said you already got plenty of millions off sheep. You're good.
question is $3 million enough for you, man?
But honestly speaking, though, like if it does 100x, you'd be smart to sell a small percentage of your bag and then hold the rest.
That's what they say.
Sell it all 100x and buy low. Triple your bags.
Just stake it all.
Stake don't pay that much staking.
Yeah, this is not Hex.
Utilize a strategy of collateralized loans and staking so you never have to sell.
Well, that's dependent on a third party project, so we would have to wait to see how well that goes for that to be an option.
Just walk away, come back in 5 years, and you'll have $50 million in your bag.
That's hilarious. In 5 years, crypto is not going to be around.
Come on, man.
Famous last words.
The dollars, man, they don't want no more.
Yeah, the dollar's not going to be
Bitcoin.
around 5 years.
They got that digital dollar they're working on now.
Yeah, CBDC. You know, it's illegal here in the U.S. They have to, they'll get around it, but they have to kind of bribes the Senate for it to be legal, but it is illegal here. But they're already doing it and testing it in China, so yeah.
United States are screwed then.
Well, CBDCs are the antithesis of what we're trying to do. It's the complete opposite. So, in my opinion, it's going to be like a battle between what we're trying to do, DeFi, hold your own keys, and CBDCs are going to be complete control.
China just airdropped 30 million to some of its citizens because of the pandemic. They're going to do the same thing here.
Yeah, and what they do is they use the excuse to boost the economy. They give you like 30 to 60 days, and you have to spend it. If you don't spend it, boom, it disappears. That's the power of the blockchain. And the problem with that is, if you you can't even save. Forget about invest. And investing is the biggest, one of the best ways to build generational wealth. So if the masses are getting all this universal basic income, and they have to spend it during a small limited time, how are they going to save? How are they going to invest? It's not going to be possible.
They'll just get the government to give them more money, so they won't need to invest.
Hexberry, Habibi.
Halak Habibi. Okay.
Alhamdulillah, Habibi. I can be. I miss you, Hexberry.
I know where
What up?
you been, man. You've been going. Hey, what's up, dude? 007.
Been in
What's going
penitentiary,
on, bro?
cuz.
Yo, I just
I've
had
been
a
locked
thought.
up.
What an onboard strategy. Airdrop you your own money they stole from you. How about that? And you got to spend it before we take it back.
That's
10,000 X.
universal. That's universal basic income you're just describing right now.
You're missing the next point in it. Is after they airdrop you the first round of free money, you get excited. Second round, they airdrop you. They say you can only spend it on XYZ products.
Oh yeah.
You know what's funny? I don't. If you think about it, they already did this here in the U.S. with, all the unemployment, giving all these people like over $1,000 a week. People who were making like minimum wage, they were making like $300-400. All of a sudden, people are making 1,000, and then they don't even have to work. They're kind of like incentivizing people not to work. So you could see that as kind of like a little dry run to universal basic income.
Oh yeah.
I can get with that.
I mean, the smart people invested in crypto, right? I mean,
Yep. Especially the Shiba guy.
Yeah, all the ones. What about all the ones that got
It's you, right?
The other.
I wrecked it. I wrecked it hard, guys.
The other part of universal basic income is
Crypto's 101.
They will introduce a rule that says that in order for you to participate in it, you are not allowed to own any assets.
It's a scam. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the World Economic Forum 2030 agenda. You'll own nothing and be happy.
So how many
Sounds
people?
kind of conspiratory.
How many people in your country will sign up?
It's not a conspiracy. It's
mortgage.
It's out of the open.
Car payments, but at least I'll get a universal income.
And you know what? They tie that to the universal, the social credit score. And if you're a bad boy, you get nothing.
Don't forget the tattoos, the mark of the beast. They're gonna put on everybody too.
Oh, they didn't already just do that?
That's against my religion.
What's the difference? Everybody's talking on a cell phone anyways. They know everything you're doing anyway. So who cares then, right? They already know it.
Right, we already have chips in our hands all the time. Everybody carries a phone around with them.
Yeah, barcodes on
It-
our foreheads too.
There's a difference. There's a big difference.
Is it a coincidence that the apple is a bitten apple? Or no?
Well, no, it's probably not, right?
It might be the mark of the beast right there.
No, it's not, guys.
I said it might be.
Well,
where
possibly.
do you
Mando,
get the information regarding the mark of the beast? There's one place. It's in the revelation of Jesus Christ. So in order to get that information, you've got to dive into that book and that revelation, and you can only deduce what it is from the information that he gave you. So coming up with all these man-made theories on what the mark of the beast is, as opposed to just reading the revelation of Jesus Christ, is kind of silly.
Agreed, but it's kind of ironic, is all I was getting at. Bit and apple.
Well, there was a lot of Mando. There was a lot of so-called religious people, priests, pastors, saying that this, medication against this COVID thing was it. And as soon as the mainstream media power came in, they changed their tune.
Yeah, but is that again? I don't care what men say. I don't care what pastors say. I don't care what priests say. I care what Jesus Christ says.
Well, that's up to interpretation.
No, it's not. I'm gonna treat the Word of God and the revelation of Jesus Christ. I'm gonna believe that over any man's word as a believer anyway.
Catholic Church
Mando,
wrote that.
what did you cook your son for dinner tonight?
A nice turkey burger.
Those are the best. Lean and tasty.
Bomb, baby, the bomb.
Put him right to sleep.
This is for Sue Dude. The Apple symbol.
Sir.
Who Alan Turing is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
So Alan Turing is one of the inventors, creators of computer language, and he allegedly died from biting into an apple that was laced with cyanide. And so there's rumors.
I did not know that.
Logo was in.
Well, he was also chemically castrated. The UK, it was illegal to be homosexual at the time, so he was basically ostracized by his own government. And considering what he did during the Second World War, that is pretty egregious. I'm sorry if I talked over you, Goose. Your mic's really low.
Yeah, no, I was just commenting on the Apple logo and the fact that there's rumors that it was based on Alan Turing's possible suicide / death of biting into an apple that was laced with cyanide.
Yeah, if you dig into these things, everything is connected. Every symbol means something. For those who have dug deep into this, there's connections everywhere. You just got to be a dot connector.
It's all part of the matrix.
Exactly.
Some people say we're just living in a simulation, you know?
So who's going to give him more input in?
I think we're more like on the way to that simulation being possible.
I think the fact of the matter is that we don't know what the true nature of reality is, and we're really just looking at a low resolution image as far as our experience of what this thing we call reality really is.
Well, as a wise man once said on an In Living Color, the show, to pee or not to pee? That is the question.
In the color.
You could just take yourself as an example. Just you can imagine if you were to evaluate what is real or what exists and what doesn't exist based on your five senses.
What about my sixth sense?
Oh, this
Yeah.
brings us to a point that I was going to bring up earlier. You guys ever heard of the Four Noble Truths or the Eightfold Path?
Yes.
Buddha.
Buddha.
Life is suffering.
Here's the first noble truth. All beings are subject to dukkha, which is suffering. Dukkha arises from desire and craving. Dukkha can be overcome by the elimination of desire and craving. And 4, there is a way out of suffering, which is the Eightfold Path.
Good luck with that.
So my point about bringing up the five senses is, we can't, as a human being, you're not going to see gamma rays or X-rays or radio waves or anything like that, right? You need an instrumentation to detect those things. And so you can imagine where we are today and what we know and what we can detect and prove exists. And then look at just the known things that we don't understand that exists, like dark energy and dark matter. And then you can expand that. So we have no clue what this reality is whatsoever. It's all speculation.
We absolutely have no clue.
It's
Up until a few years
consciousness.
ago, the whole science world has concentrated all of its science on matter. And only recently did they discover that space, which represents 99.996 of everything else that's not matter, they considered it empty. And only recently did they kind of bring back quantum physics into the game and realize that
Dark matter.
the emptiness of space is actually infinitely dense. So up to now, 0.004% represents what we call matter in a physical world. Everything else has been ignored. Just goes to show you how little we know about how things work in our universe.
That's some deep shit, boys. I got a question real quick. Do you think that we're actually there's Mando or Ben? Do you guys think that actually is a possibility that we might not launch for a couple of months, because I don't know if we'll even see the bottom for a couple of months.
Yeah, there is a possibility of that. There's no question about it.
So you think he's timing the bottom?
Personally, I do.
Well, I do too. The reason I do is because as much as it sucks, I really don't want to wait. But if he were to launch it now, and it started taking off, it's like, and the Bitcoin goes to 11, it would just drag the shit down out of Pulsechain and PulseX, and it would not look pretty on a chart. He wants a pretty chart.
The best case scenario in my world would be that Bitcoin would wick down under 20,000, and go back up pretty damn quickly after that. We would find a new kind of floor in that area of 20,000 for a couple weeks. And then you'd start the run. So you'd have a mass capitulation followed by a you know, a sideways market for a few weeks, confirm the bottom, and then launch Pulsechain.
So I would man. I hope that's I hope you're right, Mando. The thing
I'm not
is,
about.
man,
It's not about being
I
right. That's just my. That's my best case scenario.
no, yeah, no, I know what you mean. But I've come to believe that maybe like you guys are talking about what is the universe. I believe it's consciousness, and it's basically everything's made out of thought. And I believe that that Richard Hart like literally is like a seer. Like he can actually see the future. That sounds wild, but I think the guy is tapped in to the universe deeply. And I
Yeah,
mean,
that does sound.
I happen to think that he might be right about $10,000 Bitcoin. And the other thing is that I've got a friend he follows these like Christian prophets, and I have nothing against or for Christianity, but these Christian prophets, there's 3 different ones that they've had dreams that Bitcoin is gonna literally do a flash crash to zero and then go immediately back up to $10,000, and that does coincide with what and I don't believe all psychics are right. I just believe some of them can be effective. So I mean, if that correlates to what Richard Hart said when he first said it's going to 10,000, and I can also see the powers that be trying to liquidate some of these really, really big holders who are on leverage. I'm not going to mention their name, but you know what I'm talking about. So I think we possibly could see some really, really nasty weather in the crypto space. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope it doesn't. I hope it just goes what you're saying. It just goes to 20,000 for a couple weeks, and then we get the launch. I don't want to freaking wait anymore.
Well, I said you're going to get a mass capitulation. That's under 20,000. That would be the best case and the worst case scenario at the same time. But that's 20,000's where it would land and then go from there. But I think it could wick way down further. I mean, like Richard says, he thinks it could go to 11,000. Zero? No, that's impossible because not everybody's going to sell.
So it's not possible at all to have a really fast flash crash to zero, like it's done before.
I mean, technically, Bitcoin could go to zero if everybody just sold. There's no liquidity in the world left for It's possible. I mean, you can't like quantitatively say it's not, but it's all but impossible. I'd say it like that.
Okay.
And Wave Rider, when
They'll back right back up.
When we were talking about, if Pulsechain was going to launch, I was under the assumption, I thought there was about a 70% chance last month. And so this month I give it 80%. Like, I think there's an 80% chance it's going to launch this month. If it doesn't happen this month, 90% the next month.
So let's toy with the idea of let's say he did launch right before Bitcoin found its bottom. How terrible would that be for Pulsechain? Do you think there's enough institutional money still sitting on the sidelines drooling to get in on the day one that weren't able to sacrifice? Do you think that possibility is strong?
I don't think that we're with a question like that. I just don't think that's the right question. Right?
What's the right question?
I don't think it's about institutional money sitting on the sidelines. I think it's about time frames. Okay. What is a time frame that we could all come to a consensus on, that we think that after the launch of a thing like Pulse, even if it went down, we'll see people using the network and it building energy and momentum.
Right. Even
so it's not, in other words, it's not about getting this like massive like wick 1,000x like everybody talks about in some massively short amount of time frame. If it did that, that'd be amazing. But the last 7 chains, again, like we talk it all the time, it's 650x in 14 months. So, but we are opening in some pretty uncertain times, based on when Richard decides to deploy Pulse. But I do think that he is timing the market. I do.
Yeah, I do
I
too.
think at this point, frankly, I'm going to say it very boldly, you got to be crazy to think he's not timing the market. 2 months, 2 months, 2 months,
I
2 months,
agree.
2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 2 weeks, 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 mid-May. Sorry guys. And then, I'm not talking about when we're launching anymore. I'm sorry guys. He's timing the damn market. He's correlating it with the blockchain, in my opinion, and then he's timing the
I
market.
agree, man. But what do you think changed? Because what
I think that a lot of things
I think
change when you're
certain
building a
metrics
blockchain. Yeah, a lot of things change when you're building
Yeah,
something like this.
yeah.
And you have to change your
Oh,
position of things based on if the market's moving away from you or based on if it's moving towards you. In my mind, moving towards you would mean the bear market coming. That is better. That is a better time to launch if you want a better chart. And you don't want the chart to go, so and then on the tech side, there's just a lot of things that are unforeseen things that happen that could put you back 2 months, like EIP 1559, or your dev team decides that having the consensus and validator rotation script written in Golang is going to be 50 times better than Solidity, so they have to rewrite it from scratch right when they thought they were going to launch it. It's just, there's too many things, man. And Richard's so much of a perfectionist. He's a perfectionist when it comes to calling the top. He's a perfectionist, in just how he does things, not on his personal proclivities level, but on the business levels. He's very much a perfectionist. He wants to win. So it's why his name is Richard Hart-Win. So it is a very unique thing to launch this thing, and there's way too many outworkings that you have to balance all at the same time. So that's why, for that reason, the fact that the market is coming to him right now, and he did call the top, and he did say it was going to wick down to 12,000, and it's sitting at the 26, 27,000 range, and it doesn't take much to have a big capitulation from here down. It doesn't make sense that he wouldn't consider timing the market, but it doesn't make sense that you say 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, mid-May. Sorry, we're not launching it right now. And by the way, we're going to rewrite it just doesn't make sense. So personally, the Mando thinks that Richard is 100% timing this market.
yeah, I do too. I think it's pretty obvious, and I think also the whole fucking the Luna fiasco really kind of like just shook everybody. Kind of shook everybody up. I also think though that I know we hear this all the time, but I really do believe institutional, there's a lot of OTC purchasing. There's a lot of buying. You got this guy like Mr. Wonderful out there. There's a lot of famous guys that are out there, trying to get regulation going. And I think there's a lot of buying of crypto off the exchanges. That's why we're not seeing any activity. That's why we're not seeing prices pump, because they're buying at OTC. But I do believe there's a lot of money, and I think the smart money, especially if all these YouTube influencers that sacked, if they sacked, well then that there's a lot of other smart people that sacked, and these companies that weren't allowed to participate in the sack, I believe they are waiting. I mean, I got that directly from Walrus, and not institutional people, but he said there's a lot. There's a lot of money waiting to get in. on day one.
There is a lot. There is a lot.
I think that even if I do believe there's a silver lining, I believe that silver lining is that it's possible, and maybe this is just my moon boy attitude, but it's possible that they, that we could see an anomaly with Pulsechain, like just do its own thing, no matter what the fuck no matter what the market's doing, because it's such an important project. So it's just what I think.
Could be.
I think you give too much credit to the crypto YouTube influencers. I don't think they know anything more than you and I. Probably
Well,
less.
the reason I say that, I'm not giving them credit. What I'm saying is that they have audiences, right? BitBoy's got like 1.5 million followers on YouTube. Like whenever it launches, they're gonna start talking about it. They're gonna let their followers know that they have free ERC20s or PRC20s on Pulsechain. Most of them don't even know that. Like the majority of the crypto sphere does not even know about Pulsechain. So we're gonna I think it's a really important aspect. Basically, you've got like Ivan on Tech, BitBoy, Suppo Man, lots of different, a lot more than that, and pretty much, these YouTubers make up, they have reach to basically the entire crypto market, right? Because everybody in crypto watches YouTube videos. I mean, I know that's what I do all day long, and I know other people that are dedicated to this space do the same thing. And that reaches the entire crypto market, at least the retail. So whenever it launches, they're going to start talking about it. They're going to start letting everybody know they've got PRC20s. They're going to start talking about the NFTs, and then the cheap NFTs. I just think there's going to be a mass migration over for those NFTs.
My favorite Mando saying is this when he refers to crypto YouTubers: first you fill, then you shill.
Fill before you shill, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the reality is that the narrative is starting to swing in Richard's favor, even though people don't like it. It just is, because everything he said has been 100% accurate, whether they like it or not. And that's why you hear, the Leias and the BitBoy starting to basically capitulate and, just say, hey, look, HEX is doing the same thing that Bitcoin's doing. What's the difference? There's no difference. Bitcoin goes down 85, 95%, HEX down 85, 95%. It's stop coming up with these BS narratives. When Pulse comes out, guys, it's just going to all be about the tech, right? It's just going to all be about the code. And is it good tech? Is it bad tech? Are users enjoying their user experience on the chain? Can they make money for their families on the chain? And is it a faster, cheaper, more efficient way to build on it for people that like NFTs and people that like financial things, right? So as long as those things are there and it's provably safe, like at least on the level of everything else that people have been using, there's no reason why it won't do the same things that other chains have done, if not much, much more, So I do think that there's the aspect of timing the market. And while he's timing the market, he is asking his dev team to optimize Pulsechain to its maximum potential. while they have time prior to the launch. And I think that that's exactly what we see happening.
You are exactly right.
And Mando, do you know if all the balances have been taken care of?
I believe that they have. I mean, I can't give you conclusive, but I do believe that they have. That the balances have not changed for quite some time at this point. Richard's last tweet was basically, in my opinion, was, look, we're done, but if you have any discrepancies, here's the information where you can get in contact with my team. And really, SAC balances have not changed since then.
My question is, like, what the hell is propping up these markets, man? I mean, there's so much fear, in the markets. I'm just surprised that it's gone this long. Like, it needs to bottom out already.
Roll the
That's what I'm more anxious about.
I mean, if you think about it, though, I mean, if you pull it on the chart, I mean, generally from the blow off top of a Bitcoin all-time high, you're going to have about a 12-month, downtrend until you hit the bottom minimum, and that blow off top was what, November 2nd. So we're not even anywhere near that yet.
I mean, I'm talking about traditional markets, geopolitical stage. It's just like, what this money just keeps pouring on these fools. They just keep printing the money, and inflation is going up, and it's like something's got to give, and it's going to affect us too. And I hope it happens soon.
Well, something is giving. It's called, look at the grocery stores, look at the supply chains, man. Look at the gas prices. Something is giving. It's called the dollar. And the dollar is actually strong right now compared to a lot of things, but the dollar against real goods and services is getting freaking smashed. So unfortunately, something's giving, and it's our purchasing power.
Yeah, because it sure as hell ain't the NASDAQ and the S&P. And I mean, those things had so much overinflation before the downturn that it's just like hanging out. and to me, it's like, it's ridiculous because of what you just said and the realities of the pressure that people are experiencing with everything, from car sales to auto, to gas, to groceries, to et cetera. Something's got to give. And I think that is influencing Richard's, decision to hold off right now, because we don't want to get buried under the bear market news where BitBoy's not talking about us. He's talking about Bitcoin's at 10,000 and dropping, and, so we don't want to get buried in that news. We want to launch at the right time. We want to launch at the bottom or right after.
Yeah, I really do agree. Patience is going to be a virtue of this thing, in my opinion, because we want our digital assets to do amazingly well, even if we have to delay, some gratification. The crux of it, though, is that there's just a lot of people that oversacked, thinking that the thing was going to launch sooner than later, but that's where the no expectations thing has to come in. Unfortunately, it is what it is. But when it launches, I have every inclination that it's going to be the perfect timing, and Richard's going to do what he always does, and everyone's going to be like, "My gosh, Richard's just a genius again," like he always is.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I mean, I sacked a lot, but it's safe. At least it's not getting murdered in the market.
Exactly. That is a very true statement right there, man. I mean, imagine if you hadn't sacked it and locked in those tokens, right? I mean, you'd be down like a shitload unless you just put it in stables, right? Unless you're in Luna and then you lost your whole damn wad.
Exactly. And like, do we even know what stables are safe right now? So it's like, it's even safer than being in stables.
So, when we talk about the when Pulse is going to launch, we can obviously talk about these things, guys, and have our own opinions on them. Ultimately, it's not going to launch a day sooner than when Richard wants to launch it.
And I'm
So
actually grateful for that.
it will be interesting to see when we get our precious Pulse chain. It will be very interesting. But as the community, we're going to ride this son of a bitch out, right, guys? We're going to ride it out.
Hell yeah.
That's it.
Absolutely. Well, we
That's
can't
it.
celebrate.
We got each other's back. We got each other's front. We're going to ride it out. And hopefully it's sooner than later. Hopefully Bitcoin capitulates. Hopefully we get that mass capitulation candle at some point where, the crypto space, especially non-OGs, if you will, like it's like where they get their first round or first dose of what it really feels like to really watch their bags get racked. Everyone experiences it when you've been through these things. But that's the best time to launch something like Pulse. It just really is. So I think that there's a fine line between, making the community wait, because there is an opportunity cost to, for example, I know a lot of protocols that would have launched on Pulsechain if Pulsechain was alive right now. So there is an opportunity cost to not launching, right? Just like there's an opportunity cost to launching too soon. And he is taking all of these things into consideration, guys. You know that, because all Richard does is calculate.
That's true. But those projects that would have launched on Pulsechain already, they're not going anywhere, man. They're just as dedicated to Richard as we are.
Oh no, that's not true. There's a lot of protocols that that are going to BSC or Polygon and those type of solutions where they would have rather gone to Pulse, but it just doesn't exist. So
you don't think
they're not going to wait.
Over on Pulsechain also? You don't think they'll launch on Pulsechain as well?
Well, like some of them, it's like, okay, like some of them, if they have renounced contracts or if they're going to lock liquidity, it's like, look, if I'm talking to them, I'm like, look, if you're gonna renounce or whatever, especially lock liquidity, like postpone the lock liquidity piece, like postpone locking the liquidity, like do a short, like do 3 months increments of lock liquidity until Pulsechain launches. And then once it's there, give a good look. The other part of it too, though, isn't just the liquidity. The big concerns are, okay, how much volume is going to be on chain? Number one, that's a big question. And then number two, they want to see a provable tech. They want to see a blockchain that's not going to go down once they launch their thing on it. And because Pulse is new, it's like, are we going to have another Solana? Are we going to have another, where it's like what Eric Wall talked about in the, he's like one of the main trying to rebuttal Richard. I guarantee you Pulse is going to go down. It's going to go down. And he's like, I bet me $10,000. It's like, so people just kind of expect these things, because I don't know of any blockchains that launch and don't ever have a blip on the radar. I mean, most do, no matter how much you try to do. So these are concerns, right, that people have. But at the end of the day, I'm, just out there in there's an opportunity cost to launch Pulse sooner and later. And he has to weigh all those things out against the market at the same time.
Nobody rides for free.
I also
meaning there's a cost to everything, right? What you just said. You have to weigh your options.
There is a cost, no matter which. It's like when you hit a fork in the road. It doesn't matter if you go right or if you go left. there's always a cost, right? No matter what road you choose. That's just how life works. I also think that Hex is being pushed down in price for various reasons as well, which is very bullish for Hex, by the way. So, I don't think that, Hex on Pulse is going to be at these levels after Pulsechain launches at all. So it's like he said to Kinetics, if you think it's going to go up on Pulsechain, then don't you think it might be a good idea to buy it now before it goes up? I tend to agree with him.
He did say that he was gonna give a warning for the snapshot. How do you think he'll do that? Will he someone said that he's gonna give like a general range of block height?
No block height is spoken about. I honestly, man, I wouldn't even. I don't even think I would even put it past him to just all of a sudden it's just launched at this point. But if we do, it's not going to be a block height or anything like that. It'll be a very arbitrary time frame because of multiple different reasons. They don't want anybody messing with the liquidity on Ethereum before they fork the network. So, but yeah, I mean, he did say that he was going to give us some kind of an arbitrary heads up, but nothing like a block height or anything like that.
Yeah, he said he was going to give us a range.
Correct. And I spoke to a dev that corroborated that a couple of weeks ago, and he wouldn't give me major details, but he did say that it should be some kind of a time range. It does feel strange out here, doesn't it, though? Like in the world, like everything's going on. It's almost like the Twilight Zone in a way right now. It's like it's like you can hear the second hand just going click, 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 and you're just thinking like it's almost like it's the calm before the storm feel in a way, for me personally, anyway.
I agree.
I feel
I feel the same way. It's a very, very strange time to be alive, no doubt.
I just really hope that they don't. I pray that we don't have any more of these bullshit COVID type virus bullshit issues that really wrecked a lot of the people I love. That was a rough ride for everybody, as you all know.
Honestly, I think too many people rejected the premise for them to try to do something like that, at least in the short term. Because there was a major pushback at the end there, right, with the convoy in Canada, and there was enough people that resisted, basically.
Well, yeah, now a lot of people they're awake to the realities of a lot of the bullshit lies that we all got pushed on us. I won't speak to what they are, what I feel they are, but we all know that a lot of the shit that was pushed on everybody around the world was fucking crap,
Yeah, and it was a global IQ test. It was a global IQ test, and it just shows you like how propagandized and unfortunately how fucking stupid we've become.
Yeah, this is the biggest global conspiracy in the history of the world, by far.
I mean, we've been under information warfare for decades, and to your point, Mandalorian, I think that this has been an awakening on a mass scale. I mean, you've seen people rise up in Hong Kong You've seen, these so many things have happened that you forget about these massive things that would have, that were in the history books in Tiananmen Square. We've had 1,000 of those in the past like 4 or 5 years, and people are
True.
waking up to, to the powers that be and the propaganda and the backwards. Nobody knows what's real and what's not. The news outlets have lost credibility. So it's just, yeah, and it's definitely the darkest before the dawn. And I feel that calm happening right now. I mean, we've all reached lows, Benjamin's story earlier, and my story, and a lot of people that I know that have lost their businesses, that have lost their homes, that it's just reaching that tipping point.
I lost a business myself. Flat out. Supply chains just absolutely wrecked one of my companies. It was just better for me to shut the doors. So
Yeah, I mean, this was completely planned way in advance. This whole agenda was completely planned. So, unfortunately,
Well,
that's
they've
just
been
the way
planning it. They've been planning it for decades. This is how meticulous these people are.
I don't know if you guys know about Henry Kissinger's quote. I don't want to say it, but he's basically said if they accept the first V, they'll accept anything. And we'll have them pay for it, and they're going to pay the extermination fees themselves. I don't know if you guys know about that quote.
Oh yeah, I mean, and all the other quotes that go alongside the people that are in business with him and that are in that circle that talk about just the stupidity of people and how you can control them with, it's just communism rising up again. And they're funding both sides of wars like they have for decades and decades and decades. And this is this is a transfer of wealth happening here right now, and we're in a really good place. I think that's why it's the anxiety is even amplified because of all of these factors. I mean, I cannot wait for this to launch, man.
And you know what? Even from a non-controversial point of view, when this Peter pandemic started, right? Look at who they chose. They picked and chose which businesses could stay open. They're like, mom and pop store, nope, you have to close. Target, oh, you can stay open. Oh, bars, dangerous. Restaurants, dangerous. Oh, your Target, not dangerous. So you notice how they pick the corporations, the bigger companies. They're, it's kind of like a way to take out the smaller businesses, middle class people. They picked and choose the winners and losers.
Good, church is bad.
Gym is bad. The two best things you could do: spirituality and keeping your body fit. Unhealthy and dangerous, right?
Yeah, go to jail if you go to church and go to the gym. Go to jail.
Exactly. Yeah. A lot of us on this chat are on the same page. Not everybody. I mean, not everybody, but I would say the majority of us are. Yeah. I mean, it's just obvious things that and even things that are like lockdowns. There's zero scientific studies that suggest that lockdowns can contain any type of disease or virus. And then they just made it. They're like, oh, that's what we're going to go with, And how did they do it? If you dig into it, it was in London. They did it. They just did a computer model. They're like, if we don't lock down, this amount of people are going to die, and we have to do it with zero evidence. So that's how like these institutions have become more powerful than actual countries and governments. They're like, oh, we're the health authorities. We deem this to be the truth. And if you don't do this, these are the consequences. And doesn't matter how many times they're wrong, they're still the health authorities. Look how the CDC became like essentially the most powerful governing board in the US. They actually were telling people, that you don't have to pay your rent. They had that much power. They're just supposed to give recommendations like, hey, we believe this is the best thing for public health. You should do this. I mean, they're writing referendums on how long you can pay rent or not. You know, that's not crazy. You guys tell me what is.
I still see the cloth mask people alone in their car with their nose sticking out and their
Oh my
surgical
God.
masks.
Oh, Thor.
Literally, they're littered all over LA. And
So
I
Thor,
mean, obviously, if you
Thor,
use the correct
I gotta
mask,
tell you something. I gotta
I
tell
just
you
want to
something
say
about
this,
this story. Go
because
ahead,
I'm not a
go ahead.
mask, yeah, because I'm not a mask denier, so to speak, right? If you wear the correct mask and or a sufficient mask, I should say, rather, and handle it correctly, then by all means. But these cloth masks and these surgical masks literally do nothing for you, like absolutely zero squats, and especially when your fucking nose is sticking out and you're taking it on and off, fuddling with it, putting it in your pocket, back on again, so on and so forth. Absolutely ridiculous.
You know, the funniest thing is do you guys remember when Fauci and the CDC recommended double masking? You guys remember that?
I do
Okay, so
remember that.
here's the funny thing. So guess who they did the studies on? Dummies. They used dummies. They double masked a dummy and measured how much air came in and out, and they determined less air was able to come in, therefore less virus would be able to come in. So they used dummies to tell the dummies to double mask. You can't even make this stuff up.
All right, guys, I'm going to clear the deck for 2 seconds. Is there anybody in here that wants to switch gears and get back into Pulse? Does anybody have any questions or comments? Otherwise, we'll just continue with the conversation because there's nothing else really going on at the moment. So, anybody else? Anything else? Pulsechain, Hex, PulseX related? Perfect. Continue.
Yeah, so I just thought that was just ironic and funny that they used crash test dummies on the scientific study the CDC said they did, and the mainstream media blasted it out. Oh, now they're recommending 2 masks. You know.
Yeah, the
That's
problem with
part of the
this
problem, right? People don't dig.
the problem with this whole ordeal really is that I think if you're somewhat conscientious and you sort of pay attention to what's going on in the world, all these different institutions have pretty much lost their credibility completely, right? And that is that's not a good sign.
But unfortunately, here's the problem. They've lost credibility for people like us. The average person still believes in them. The average person is still living in fear. The average person still believes whatever the mainstream media says. That's the truth.
I'll be honest, bro. I'll be honest. Not in my circles, they don't. And I got a lot of people on the left. I got a lot of people on the right. I got gay friends. I got straight friends. I got every damn type of friend. And let me tell you, that's just not true. People
so
aren't
a lot
dumb.
of people that you have a lot of people that are a lot of people that have woken up from like one side to the other. From like
Absolutely.
They believe everything. Okay. So do I.
Absolutely. You can't go through this because what happened, brother, it really broke through the bullshit. Because when your children are being impacted and your parents are being impacted, and your family is being impacted and their education is being impacted, it's not about your color or your creed anymore, man. It's not about your left or your right, whether you're a Gambino or a fucking Genovese. It's just not.
Mando,
right?
I live in New York, so yeah, it's a different experience here. Let me just tell you, it's just different here. Unfortunately, it's very different.
I am was born in New York. I have a lot of family in New York, and I have a lot of friends in New York and upstate. And they do not agree with what's going on.
Oh no, there's a ton of New Yorkers that don't agree with it, but they pretty much don't. They're a little afraid to speak out for the most part. They just don't want to get into the bullshit and into problems with the woke crowd and stuff like that. So they tend to like not say too much.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. There's a lot more people that aren't woke than that are. Period.
No, I actually agree with you 100%. I think it's actually exaggerated in the news, and they give them more power. I actually agree with you 100%.
Well, of course it is exaggerated because those are the narratives that are being pushed out into the worldview, right? Like homosexuality and transgenderism and all this stuff. I don't have any hate for anybody to choose what sexuality they are or whatever they are, right? But if you watch the TV, you think everybody's a homosexual. You know, everybody wants to be trans. Everybody, it's just not true. But if you say anything, if you practice your freedom of speech and your freedom of expression to just share your view, not hating on a person, but just having loving, articulate dialogue, human beings to human beings, where we can animately debate these things but love each other at the end. They don't want that. They want you hating each other. They want division. They don't 100%. Want discord. They want division, not discord. Right? They want confrontation, connection.
What I think they do, Mando, I think they use people who have like a little bit of psychological issues and just like problems, and they kind of egg them on, because I live in Queens, and I had a friend of mine owned a gay. He owned a gay bar. He sold it a little while ago here in Queens, and there's a lot of gay people. There's transvestites, and let me tell you, and this is like some serious insight, so you guys can know how they really are. They'll tell you, I'm a man, I have my penis. They'll tell you, oh, I cut it off. They'll tell you right to your face. They don't try to give you any pronouns. That doesn't exist. And most of them keep it, right? And then the gay people are just gay. They don't, that doesn't exist. That's a made up thing for the most part. So you're right. These are narratives. I mean, these are just narratives that they want to use to egg people on and, get the progressive people who just, want to be outraged about everything, all riled up. And I can tell you this firsthand, that's just how it is.
Well, they create these arguments, and then they use the politicians to go out there and push those narratives so that they'll get votes, and then they'll do things like, open borders, and then they know that they can get those people to vote to keep them in power. It's all about power, right, and control. But
Absolutely.
I think, Mando, I think they're shaking people out. I don't think that's stopped. I think there's still people that were kind of on the fence that are looking around going, what the hell is going on? Like, this is not what I voted for. This is not what I signed up for. And so we're not at the bottom when it comes to that. We're still kind of where we are in the crypto space, not quite at the bottom. But you know what? Thankfully, revolutions and revolts don't need a majority. That's why they're called revolts, right? And in history, we've only needed 10% or less of people who were willing to lay their lives down for these rights, right? And the millions that have died before us to protect those rights for future generations. And we're at that point. I know a lot of people that are willing to do whatever it takes. They've come after our children. They've come after our rights. They've come after our constitutional rights. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's at a boiling point.
Here's the problem. The globalists and their agenda, whatever you want to call them, the controllers, they know technology is their friend. Once they control technology to a point, there will be no chance for humanity to fight back. And that's what they're going for.
once AI is installed, once they have technology in place the way they want, because these things are deep. I'm not going to get into them too much, but once they have technology in place, there's no chance that humanity will ever fight back the way the French Revolution, all these different revolutions, it'll be impossible. And that's what this is really all about, especially when you dig into the AI agenda and how they want robots to replace humans. That's what it's all about. Ultimate control forever.
Martin, you got something? You got something for us?
Yeah, I was just gonna mention, answer what I'm your Hexelberry just said in regards to that, and I would argue differently. That if we could deploy blockchain technology, more decentralized social media platforms, that they won't have total control of what's being said. I do understand what you're saying with. And that is 100% true. That's what they're trying to accomplish, is have total control of what people say. In Europe now they're trying to pass a law where it's like they have to have access to all your communications. And that's going on. That's why I think it's very important for blockchain decentralization for us to be able to get that done and combat these progressive liberals, that are doing the things that they're doing. This global agenda, this, as they call it, a global democracy, which it's nothing but. So.
No, I agree with you. I don't want it to happen, and yeah, we have a chance. If I didn't think there was a chance, I would be like,
Bitcoin
be here.
is
Like
a case.
I'm like you explained. It's what they want: ultimate control.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Bitcoin is a great test case for that. Like they can't shut it down. They can make things hard, but I think that we're on the right track with what's going on, and there's a lot of people waking up. So there is hope, brothers. There is hope.
No, I definitely agree. I definitely agree. I agree with Mando and Martin as well. No, there definitely is hope. You always have to try and not let these things come to fruition. But look, these things have been written. Like, what do you guys think? Like
Your mic
like
is back, Huckleberry. You're
Agenda
breaking
2030, Agenda 21 in 1992 in Rio. I mean, these things were put on the board a long, long time ago. Lockstep Rockefeller. Oh, okay. You guys don't hear me? I'll come out and come back in.
Yeah, you're super delayed too, because you just heard that, and I said it about 10 seconds ago.
Hey, I'm back. Can you guys hear me a little bit better?
You're breaking up a little bit, man.
Is my mic still right? Oh shit. Let me see. All right. Any better, worse, good, decent? No go?
I can hear you okay right now.
Okay. Yeah, like what I was saying is basically that, yeah, I mean, these things have been written a long time ago, and it's not a conspiracy. It's out in the open. It's just people don't do the research to read into like what they're trying to do. And
you know what? Who cares what they're trying to do? We have to care about
another
what
problem
we're
we
gonna
have
do.
is they use very, 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 very. I agree with that too. But there's
No,
ways you
I
have to look
kind
out
of
for,
get
like
sick and tired of hearing about the what they're gonna
sustainability.
do.
That's a bad word. Sustainability. I'm with you. We can move on.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it like that, brother. I was just, you know.
They're getting a lot of pushback anyway. You know, they're getting a lot of pushback.
Yeah, Huxleberry, I did you leave the chat and come back in?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Okay, yeah, because you had a delay, like a long delay when I was talking to you. That was interesting.
Yeah, my mic is way off. I'm gonna try to change headsets.
All right, deck is cleared. Anybody new in here? Anybody have a comment or a question? Like to bring it to the floor? Change subject, whatever.
Yeah, maybe. What's the latest on Pulsechain? Any additional news? I was kind of disconnected for the last couple of days, and I don't know any news.
Oh, you didn't hear, man? It's launching next week, bro.
No, I didn't. Is it? Or are you kidding?
You're funny, man. You know I'm kidding.
Looks like Harris got a question for you.
Awesome. Harris, you are up to bat. You got something for us?
Hey guys, hope you're doing good. I just entered the chat now, and I've been here for like 1 minute. It's 8 a.m. here in Copenhagen. Just woke up. I was feeling some pessimism here in the chat. Is that true, Amanda, Lauren?
No. We were just talking more about more broader geopolitical categories of thought, but nothing pulse chain related.
Cool. I was like, I hope it's not a pulse chain.
No, sir.
Yeah, I'm excited about the launch, but some people are saying it could be up until October before we launch because Richard might want to launch at the bottom of a bear market. And people are trying to predict that. Some are saying that it might be in August. What do you guys think?
I think that's weird. Like you can't predict that.
It's only 4 months.
I think it's more hurtful to keep on postponing because you end up disappointing a lot of people by empty promises that will
Sounds
launch
like
in
a
1 month, 2 months, and then people will start thinking this is a word that I don't want to say, which will affect everything negatively, like Hex and everything will just like it's not good for the system.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I mean, look, it's not even been 12 months. He has to take a lot of things into consideration regarding launching Pulse Chain. It's going to be massive. It's got to be done right on every spectrum. So yeah, he has to consider the fact that the market's kind of coming to him in that bear market type category. But ultimately, he's going to do what's best for the launch of the chain to get best adoption, best price performance, gets you your bags pumping better, harder, faster. Like it's just, that's what he wants. So it's not about rush to the market because everybody is bitching. He doesn't give a shit about that. I can guarantee you, he just doesn't care. If he cared, he would have launched it already.
Yeah, and I think that if more people had an understanding of how the difference in how these projects perform depending on when they are released, in reference to whether they launch in a bull market, a bear market, the bottom of a bear market. You know, I mean, I think if they had an understanding of the difference of how well they have performed in the past, they would kind of just wait and let Richard do his thing.
Yeah, there's no question. I got a dog barking his ass off in front of my house. I'll be right back. What's up, Richard?
Hello, I'm Mandalorian. Yeah, I have a question for you.
Sure.
You're so active on Twitter, and I'm not following everything, but I think you're so active. So is it so that the whole community is on Twitter right now, or everything is on Twitter, or yeah?
Not everybody is on Twitter, but you know, a lot of the top kind of influencers, if you will, or known leadership, if you will, is on Twitter. No question about it.
Yeah, I mean the whole discussion about, I don't know, any kind of drama or whatever is I see. Yeah.
Not sure what you mean about drama, but if you want to elaborate, that'd be fine.
Yeah, just discussion or yeah. 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 Yeah, just you're so active, so yeah. So I assume then, yeah. And you have a good reach, so yeah, that's good. Yeah, that people are active on social media.
Yeah, you know, doing a lot of stuff and brokering a lot of relationships and sharing Pulse with a lot of communities and doing some other things outside of Pulse and, you know, to bring more people in. So yeah, it's pretty good. I was not active at all on Twitter not too long ago. So it's grown pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's why I want to ask why that shifted, that you're so active. So yeah, is it
Because
because more
I
community are there, or more people, or the reach, or the feedbacks you get, or
it's because I have a lot of experience and can do good, for the community and for others. So I just decided to engage. I was I was choosing not to engage in the past, but that ship has sailed.
I think it's for the better for the community. So I appreciate that you're active, that you're so active on Twitter right now. So
Thanks.
yeah,
I appreciate it, man.
It's a lot of time and work. It's it's not that easy to do to be that active.
There's a lot of great people on. There's a lot of great people on Twitter.
You initiated me into the cult through Twitter, and it's been a rocky ride, but it gave me the chance to figure out liquidity providing.
There you go.
It's actually been pretty good because I'm seeing the price just bounce up and down and up and down and up and down in each direction. I'm not really losing anything. Like the impermanent loss just goes away and then comes back and then goes away and then comes back, but I'm just gradually getting more and more fees.
What pair are you providing liquidity on?
Cult ETH.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Well, good, man. Good. Yeah, I just had a second Pulsechain proposal go through, so that's what we're trying to do, man. Just bring in other communities to Pulse. So it's working very well. So pretty stoked on it.
What proposal are you referring to, Mandalorian?
Yeah, I can't speak in detailed terms in here about anything regarding that stuff.
Gotcha. I understand.
But you've got my Twitter handle there if you want to follow me.
Yeah, that's kind of why I said it in coded a little bit when I said you initiated me.
Yeah, I follow you on Twitter.
Great. Thanks, brother. Pulsemeister, you're up to bat. You got something for us? The Pulsemeister.
No, just checking in, man. Appreciate it.
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Just holding it down, brother.
So it looks like I should have most of the components for my validator node, or hopefully what'll be a validator node, by the end of the week, or by the end of the end of the weekend. The only thing that might not arrive is the CPUs. That might not arrive till mid next week. So hopefully by this weekend I'll possibly get it up to the data center and rack mounted and get the operating system.
Why did you choose to do in-house hardware?
Well, I own my own web hosting company, and so doing my own hardware is nothing new to me. I would never consider like renting a dedicated server or VPS when I sell them myself. Um,
Great. I didn't know that.
yes, I mean, worst case, if for some reason the node just doesn't work out, I mean, yes, it's like $10,000, $15,000 that I've pumped into a server, but worst case, I can just turn around and reformat it into a VPS host.
Are you going to be one of the 33 validators?
That's the intention. I mean, obviously, I don't know yet. I will, I'll put my name out there, and I mean, I'm gonna give it like a week or so before I even register it, to potentially be in rotation. But like, I don't. Well, I mean, I have enough pulse for the test net to be in rotation, but like once it comes mainnet, I'm not sure that I will. I will most likely be relying on a lot of people delegating to me to keep it in one of the 33. But if that doesn't happen, then I don't know. Then if I'm not anywhere close, then yeah, I might just give up quickly and as I said, turn it into a VPS host.
Well, let's just call it the Mandalorian validator. That's awesome, man. I didn't realize you were doing that. Good for you. I actually am thinking about spooling up my own as well.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question. It's a technical question. It may be a stupid question. I don't know. Can I run a node myself, but not to be a validator, just to have it hooked up to MetaMask? Or is that not possible?
You can do it, yes.
You probably wouldn't interact with the node through MetaMask, but you can definitely run your own node and that it doesn't need to be a validator. I mean, there's probably some 400 or so, I think, nodes in the list right now. Of course, only 33 of which are in rotation as validators.
Gotcha. I didn't know that. That's very good to know. That'll give the network a lot more stability. And I think that what they were talking about, one of the things that Richard was talking about, this the reason to the delay also, that they were changing the language for the validator rotation sequence from Solidity to Golang. But that was not my question. By me running a node, even if it's not a validator, how could it be helpful to me in any way?
To you, honestly, the only advantage that you have, it's if you connect MetaMask to it, you are not relying on some other server, some other RPCs out there if they get blocked. And I don't know in terms of speed if it speeds up a little bit, but if you are not planning on working on programming, on doing some scripting and stuff, there is not much necessity for it. Because to be able to run a node, anyone can do it. If you remove the mine thing from there, you are not even mining, so it doesn't use a lot of resources from your PC. But you are not, I believe you are not really helping, because you are just increasing the amount of data that is going on the network. And to be a validator, you have to mine it, so you use a lot of resources on your PC, a couple of resources on your PC, or whenever server, or whatever you are using. And if you are not on rotation, you are also sending data all over the network. Because even if you are not a validator, even if you are not registered, you are still sending data on the network, and messages are going back and forth, and they're getting replied to. It's increasing the load.
Gotcha.
So the fact that there's some 400 to 500 nodes on the testnet right now is not to say that there will be that many come mainnet, because I'm pretty sure that those I'm almost positive that those nodes will need to pony up the 500,000 pulse to buy a validator
But you don't need,
registration.
yeah, but you don't need to register to have the node. Remember that. You just need to register if you are planning on becoming a validator.
Well, well, my point was like, as I was saying, like there's 400, 500 that have paid that amount right now. At least I think that's the case.
Where it was that many. Good to know.
I mean, it's really not that hard. I mean, 400 to 5 or 400, 500,000 pulse is really what, like $50?
Yeah, it's not that much. It really is. I'm in the millions of pulse. I could register for that. I don't think I could be I don't have enough to be at the top 33 validators, but
You're gonna need billions of pulse, guys, not millions. You're gonna need billions.
And just remember that if you are not planning on doing like the other guy here is saying, that it's either investing on a good hardware with redundancy and all that kind of stuff, or renting some kind of cloud servers, don't do it on your PC, because even if you can make it to the 33, if you have a lot of things delegated to you, your PC will most likely just slow down the network. So doing a node for yourself to play, yes, but to become a validator, do it only if you have the means to do it. So if you have the know-how and if you have the needed servers.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it not?
that's one of the things I've definitely been concerned with, where I think a lot of people are going to run into issues very, very soon once mainnet launches, and like the total set is chosen. I think we will start seeing a lot more attacks on the network than are occurring right now, if they are occurring. Because I mean, I'm sure you can imagine that there's a lot of people that would, or not a lot, but there's some amount of people that would love to see Pulsechain fail. And DDoSs are pretty cheap, and so like, you know, most providers that most people are saying like, oh, just buy a dedicated server with so and so. Like those providers, like as soon as you get a DDoS, they're gonna null route your IP address, and like that means anybody who's delegated to you is not getting paid, and you're starting to accrue slashes and misdemeanors and felonies.
Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, it's not about the delegation, because one epoch and you can go somewhere else if that's happening. You know, that's not a big deal. Big deal is if you're going to be a validator, you got to have top tier. You got to have top tier hardware, whether you're renting it from AWS or whatever. You got to have it set up.
Right, I agree. But that's the thing. I think that of the like 400 or 500 nodes that are in existence right now, I'm sure that there's not that many that really know what they're have gear that really should be there.
Also, you said something that is very right. You need to have the hardware, but even if you have the largest supercomputer that exists, if you don't know how to, you will not get protected from any kind of attack. So it's not only the machines that you need to have the know-how to set it up correctly.
Yeah, you can pay somebody to do that, though.
Is it not so that you just download a Docker file and deploy and run a script and that's it? Is it not that easy?
It
So
is
I
that easy.
imagine that you just.
It is that easy. That's a problem. It's that easy to do it. if you want to set up just whatever you need, it is that easy to set it up. To protect it, that's another thing, because like the guy was saying, when this comes live, there will be a lot of attacks. And if you have your PC at home with even if it is 100 megabit connection to the internet, anyone, really anyone, can make you a DDoS attack, and you will be out of the network. And if imagine that
Yeah,
in the worst
but do
luck,
you
the
think this is not
33 of us. Thank you. Imagine that there are 33 guys that are
you don't think
validators and they have their PCs at home. They will be attacked and then the network goes down. So they need to know how to protect themselves. That will be the most important part of one of the most important parts of all this setup.
Yeah, but it's not included in the setup. The some security stuff.
No.
Hey, gentlemen. Hey guys, I know there's a couple mods in the chat here. I was just reading through the chat, and a guy who is highlighted here literally just said, "Isn't Coinbase owned by Binance?" I almost vomited inside my own fucking pants when I read that. I don't know who modded this fucking Pulsar guy, but is he fucking huffing glue? Respectfully. Thank you for stepping in there. I felt like I was retarded, but I'm not, because that was possibly the stupidest thing I've ever read in my life. I don't know who gave that guy moderator at all. That's kind of an embarrassing statement.
He's not. He's not a mod, dude.
I don't know. I was just saying, I was like, whoever the fuck that is definitely huffing something tonight.
He's not a mod. I don't know why you think he's a mod.
He's got the highlighted colors, so anybody else joining the chat, like I sacrificed $500,000. I couldn't identify him between anybody else. Like I'm still blue. He's orange, whatever the fuck color it is. Like it establishes some form of something above anybody else in Telegram. So just, for moderation purposes.
So when you write in the chat and you have a mod that writes in the chat, to the right of the name, it'll say admin. Like I just wrote in the chat and it says admin. It doesn't matter anything else. If it doesn't have that, they're not a mod.
No, Mando, that's
there you go. There you go.
But Mando, that's only on some devices and on some places. On my PC, for example, it doesn't show admin anywhere. We already checked this with Elmeyer the other day. It's not always true that this admin is on the right side.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, but that's Steph from that Pulsar guy. He's not a mod.
Yeah, I was just highly concerned for the community here. I was like, what the fuck is this guy?
No, let me tell you, that guy actually is a troll. He's a troll. Trust me, it's not the first time that he's been commenting on that. He posts all kinds of BS. I think he should be banned from the chat personally, because he posts stuff that's just totally untrue. This time, not in regards to Pulsechain, but a lot of times he does.
Okay. Because I posted like something legitimate about like, here's an actual a chat from DEF CON 2021 about how Coinbase actually selects what coins they put up on their site. It explains essentially in the definitions why HEX isn't up there and Pulsechain will actually probably be there, because it defines the definitions that Coinbase actually wants before they actually list a coin. I posted the link to it. You'd listen to it. It's only got 700 views. There's not a lot of views to it. If you hear the guy out as a Coinbase employee in front of DEF CON, which is the world's biggest hacker conference, you can learn a thing or two, respectfully. Would recommend people listen to it above, and you may learn something, but of how internal Coinbase works, because I got a couple friends there. But that they view things very systematically for a specific reason. So it'd be good to give you guys some insights into why things are there a certain way, if that makes sense.
Steph, I just unmuted you. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I just had a question, and I was looking around on social media, online, on the chat, did a couple of search, but could not find any extensive debate or link, or even in the copy pasta, the answer to that. So, has anyone some sort of sense of why the OA has so many PLS token?
This is Steph from HEXradio.
Yes.
And you're coming in here asking that.
I mean, if you have an answer, I would appreciate it.
The OA has about 90% of the PLS because it was sacrificed for, which generated the token supply.
Yeah, I understand, but what is the argument for having a single entity owning 90% of a proof of stake network?
Ask Richard Hart.
So it's all based on trusting one person or one entity, right, regardless of the setup.
I think you know, from my vantage point, it's to protect the network, number one, and to be able to do things with the network that the OA wants to do. There's no reason why it's a bad thing. Some people view it as bad, but go ahead.
Yeah, so the whole goal and appeal of blockchains, right, is their permissionless nature. Permissionless means that at any point in time, if I'm issuing a transaction to the network, no single entity has the power or the ability to censor my transaction. If one single entity has that much power over the network, and it's a proof of stake network, meaning that they can go ahead and say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and start staking all my PLS to cover the 33 validators, right? Take all of the slots based on the amount of stake you currently have. You have the ability to censor a transaction. Is that right?
Well, the rotation is a 33 validator rotation, so he would have to take over 33 validators.
Yeah, but it's based on the amount of stake, right?
Correct. You have to have 33 validators, and those 33 have to have the largest amount of stake to remain in those positions at all times.
Mm-hmm. So technically, the OA, or the entity controlling the OA, could decide to censor transaction.
The same as the OA could dump all the hex on your head and flatten your entire premise of building everything you're building over there with HEXradio.
That is true. But in one hand,
what's the difference, right? So I guess, are you running into some arguments with individuals asking you this question? Like,
no, I mean, if you, I'm just trying to genuinely try to understand the rationale behind so much ownership for a layer one network, right? In Hex,
I think
nobody
I think you would have to go and speak to the OA about that if possible. Which
okay.
I don't think.
No, I generally, because I haven't been too much involved in, I was mostly heads-on building for the past couple of months. So much in discussion around the tokenomics, the design, the OEC actually coming in and sacrificing last minute was a surprise, right? It was not something announced, and Richard himself hasn't been mentioning anything around that specifically, right? So, yeah,
you're direct with Richard, so you have the conversation with him. You know.
Yeah, I just assume that people had already some debate around that. If not, I will just try to keep take take it to him or to the entire community just using Twitter and say, hey, if anyone has an answer for that, that'd be nice. Yeah.
Whichever
Don't
you
use
feel you.
Twitter for that, please. Don't use Twitter for that, please.
Why is that?
Just
Well, I
don't
think
start
I
another
think, well,
Hawaii
number one,
community.
Steph, number one, I think that you're not going to get your answer on Twitter. The only individual that can answer that question for you is Richard Hart.
Oh yeah, you could just, but this knowledge is of public interest, so I mean, it would see my tweet, right? I could even ping in the tweet. It doesn't matter.
Everyone takes something and transforms it in something else. So you will give the opportunity to some people to take advantage of this. If you want to ask the man, ask the man.
Steph,
you afraid of
you have the right to do whatever you want. Are you trying to start controversy regarding this topic on purpose?
No, I don't try to start any controversy. I'm just asking a question. If there's no answer and you think that
well, there is an answer, but you're coming to individuals who can't give you the answer because it's got to come from Richard, right? So I would just say, if you have integrity regarding this question, go to the source, man.
Yeah.
You don't need to have an open forum on it. Go to the source.
I assume that went through that, and if nobody,
Richard has never openly spoken in any live stream, in any debate, in anything. He has never openly spoken regarding these things because OA-esque talk. Just there's no ownership of that in an open forum.
Yeah, actually, he did in the last interview with this Swedish guy, Eric Wall. He mentioned that, imagine someone had that much ETH coming from the AA lobby and ride it up to the top of Ethereum's, and now has a lot of cash.
Well, right, but that was not admitting one thing over another. That was an illustrative statement that he made, Stefan.
Yeah, sure. But he's creating some loose expectation of what could happen.
There's nothing wrong in the world with having fun with narratives like that.
Yeah.
Right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's just fun shit, man.
So my question is, maybe I don't have time to follow all of the streams, all of the Twitter. So was this knowledge already there?
I appreciate your question. Other people have raised it. What is I think that there's some great graphics around other top blockchains being basically around the same thing. But yeah, I would go directly with go have the conversation with Richard. He'll take your call, man.
Yeah. I'm not worried. I was just
whoever that OA is. I'm not saying it's Richard, but I don't know who it is. But
no, I really genuinely just assumed that this was debated in the past, and I was like, why would I bother him if someone else has the answer already? Yeah.
My personal opinion is that the OA wants to control and protect the network.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Let me ask you a question. On a proof of stake network, can you get attacked?
So again, I think you just need to go back to the first principle. The reason why blockchain exists is for their permissionless nature, right? And in the proof of work network, right, it's really hard just to gain over time, a lot of power, because basically you have geo distribution and people are optimizing for electricity and hardware cost. So the eventual concentration of people producing blocks in the network depends on where in the world energy or equipment is the cheapest, right? So that's why you've seen historically on the past few years some concentration over China, right? And people are just fighting globally, just say, hey, now we want more cheap energy in Iceland or in the US based on the ever evolving market of energy, right, across the world. For proof of stake network, the power lies where people have money, right? Because now you don't have the equipment electricity as a proxy for power. It's just the pure token distribution or allocation that defines who can produce blocks, right? So you could have the situation the benevolent situation like in Hex, where the OA entity remains passive, right? And in that case, over the long run, because PLS is deflationist, the OA entity gains more and more control over the network, right? If acting passively, right? If there was actually to be benevolent in the Pulse ecosystem, the OA would need to burn some of that token over time, just to release controls, right?
And correct, and that is a absolute option and probably a probability. But the way that the sacrifice set worked, obviously, there were situations where you had large individuals coming in with large amounts of money, and you couldn't guess, if you were the OA, what that end game was going to be on day 19 for the Pulsechain sacrifice, right? So you couldn't guess, is that person going to drop another 20 million, another 30 million, another 50 million, and create X amount of token supply? So in order to guarantee that they had the lion's share of the token supply, they had to guarantee, they had to basically take an educated guess, in my opinion, as to how much they needed to create. So you can always burn tokens, but you can't always create them in a deflationary system.
Yeah, no, that's true. And again, I'm not trying to steer anything else. I think these are public network, and over time, if you want to bet on Pulsechain, you don't want to bet on one person and one entity. So people will invest money there, and you want more capital to be, pushed towards the system. So transparency is key to attract confidence into larger pool of money, right? If you want the Pulsechain just to being embraced by a larger financial entity throughout the world, you want more transparency over who's controlling, what are the probabilities for things to go wrong. And so as a business owner, I mean, I'm full right to ask anyone, and could be on Twitter, that question. I don't think it's like any stir up of anything. I think it's just a genuine question.
I don't have any problems. It's exact for freedom of speech myself, but in terms of like centralization or anything like that, I see a lot of blockchains doing amazing, and they're fucking centralized as shit.
Yeah, no, I think you need for efficiency a certain level of centralization, and arguably, even you look at Bitcoin after 12 years, you have mining pools, or the market doing what is doing best, right? Just trying to create efficiency by pooling, by concentrating some capital assets where it's the best utilized, right? So you have a certain level of concentration. But yeah, no, thank you guys. I was really, really curious. Just I was thinking about these things as we come closer, to the launch. Myself, building a business, I have like a lot of no coiners are part of my user base. So being very clear about what is the risk and being transparent with people in my platform is really important to me. So,
hey, I gotta admit, man, when I first saw you in the chat, I was like, oh, we got a scammer impersonating Stefan in here.
Could have been true. Yeah.
I was like, you can't be coming in here asking this question.
It's
tough to. It goes to show how much your head's in the freaking. You just been doing the grounded pound building shit, man. I love that, bro.
Yeah. No, but it's like a community for some people are in chat, helping new people, answering questions. Some people are building. So everybody's trying to do their piece. Yeah.
Hey, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
You too. Yeah, it's not every day we have Mr. Stefan from HEXradio come in here asking about the OA. It's pretty awesome.
Like Adrian had suggested, if he's still listening, I would have any conversation regarding that topic with Richard in private, because if you kind of try and do that as a public Twitter post, especially after the recent drama with Rackham, you're gonna see a lot of pushback from the community who finds you went off the deep end and are just throwing out FUD for some reason.
The incident with Rackham was just, it was all FUD, it weren't true.
With all respect, fantastic. I kind of disagree, right? Hundreds of thousands of people have sacrificed some money with more or less respectable expectation of, a blockchain at some point to come alive, right? Blockchain, again, is here just to not have anyone controlling your transactions. I understand the need for all blockchains, especially one, especially nascent. You want a certain level of control to make sure that, hey, if is there anything going wrong, you can update the network, you can do some sort of rollbacks. But my question lies more in terms of like, hey, this is this specific situation. What could be the different behavior that the OA could have over time to release a bit of control as necessary? And I don't think it's fun. I think asking question in a transparent blockchain where people have like billions of dollars being locked in, I think it's the responsible things to do as an adult, right? There's no going private, doing shady deals is what the current system is about, right? I don't like that. Things should be transparent.
I don't care what you do, but I only use Staker app for watching some stakes, but I think it's going to harm the reputation if you do it publicly.
But you mean my reputation?
It could potentially, yes. It actually could, Steph. Unfortunately, I don't agree with that, but it could.
Oh well, I mean, if my reputation gets damaged by people that don't want to inspect truth, and Richard is the best one to say, hey, I'm speaking truth to power. Well, arguably, if Richard has a bit of power, you want anyone just to have the same privilege of speaking truth to power. So I understand reputation could be hurt, but I'm not clout chasing. I don't fucking care of my number of followers, people supporting the app. I'm doing it for the best interest. The reason why I'm in crypto, that nobody controls what I'm doing with my money, right? I want the people that I'm onboarding to crypto to have the same privilege. So I think it's a good question to ask.
Do you think that the OA controls any aspect of HEX?
You need to trust the bags that are currently liquid, not to hurt the price. It's something that you need to trust, right? That trust it gets diluted over time because of nature of X, which is inflationist. So over time, basically, DOA remaining liquids, right? Let's say you have 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years in the system, the token's not moving. Your confidence increases in the system because DOA would have proven that, first of all, it's not moving the tokens, but then over time, because it gets inflated away by the inflation rate of HEX, part of stakers, that stakers gets more power over the network.
All right, I get that, but that is literally years and years away for that to even begin to start to take place. So you are actually trusting the OA in selling people on HEX, whether you like it or not. And it's the same exact entity. It's the same exact entity, right? So, the narrative kind of breaks down, in my view. I think that you have every right in the world to ask in an open forum whatever the hell you want. We sacrifice for freedom of speech, for Christ's sake. And, when I said I think it might, it's just, how the HEX community is. Anytime they think anybody's doing anything, it's like, they go into attack mode, which is crazy half the time. Sometimes it's the right thing to do, but I think that the OA being the same entity, raise your question and see what happens, man. It's all you can do. I think though, my personal opinion though, is that your arguments break down with regards to the OA in concerns with HEX as well, regardless if it's a layer 1 or ERC20. You're still trusting an entity with T-share rates, with APY, with not dumping on the heads of individuals. There's a lot of trust in the HEX system with the OA.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, my argument stems more to the fact that, over time, you can see on the X side that, because X inflates, that the OA gets less and less power, assuming it's still not staking. And on the Pulse side, because it's deflationary, the reverse occurs where you have the reverse happening, where the OA gains more power, if not burning the token. The thing is, my question is really important, because it's actually asked the question, like, how do you expect to attract more capital and more dApps developer if people are just, let's say I'm a dApp developer and I'm reviewing generally, okay, where should I put my energy towards, right? How many blockchains I want to invest myself into?
Towards something that is censorship resistant.
Yeah, that developer will look into where there is a less likelihood for censorship, as well as where there's the most users. So it's kind of a combination of the two things. And yeah, I would assume that honest dApp developer would say, well, we have Binance on one hand, we have Ethereum, we have these layer 2s popping up, there's a couple of other layer 1s that are a bit unstable. Where should I go? Right, based on users, based on censorship resistance level, and I want more dApps developer to come to Pulse. So instead of like flooding, I'm actually opening up the debate to make sure that we're probably set up for the right thing. Is it the right thing to do it?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this while we're here. Well, I've got you. And I hear what you just said. What do you think about Binance? Do you think that Binance is set up in a way that's attractive to you?
Less than Ethereum. I mean, Richard himself would have never built Hex on top of Binance, so that tells you something.
Correct, but nonetheless, it brought in billions and billions and billions and billions of capital.
Yeah, because people love shiny object, but I'm thinking about like more kind of longer term, right? I'm not here just to pump anyone's bags or flood anyone's bags in the short term. I'm thinking about, hey, if we're rebuilding, the economy from the ground up on trustless consensus network, where the energy of developer will come towards, right? Because it matters in the arc of things. When you look at like accumulation or concentration of power, you don't have 10 different app stores. You have Android and you have iOS, right? And if the end game is there is Pulse and Ethereum, I want Pulse to be there and not Solana, right?
I don't think Solana is going to be there anyway, man.
it's just an example. It's just an example. Like the way you set up things matters a lot. Yeah.
I agree, man. I agree with you. Yeah, I think, however, that you will, and I've thought about this a lot too. You will end up seeing some burning going on. This is my personal opinion. I've never really talked about it, but I do think that it was initially the token generation, in the sense of the amount from the OA, was done arbitrarily just to guarantee that they had more tokens than anybody else. Yeah. And you can always burn them out of existence once you launch the chain when needed.
Yeah, no, but that's possible. But yeah, I just it's a bit tricky because there's no, in a sense, don't have like much visibility on like, hey, okay, was 90% like reasonable? Is like 50% reasonable? And then regardless of the state, like what kind of how can you speculate on the behavior of the OA, right? And I think the conversation I like to see is like, hey, if we think that, okay, there's some trust involved and the OA acts in a benevolent manner as it did for X, then we are likely to see some OA token to be burned. That's the most reasonable guess I would conclusion I would come to. Otherwise, it means like power just gets on one way, and then over time it gets less and less attractive for dApp developers and the external world to say, hey, hang on, you know, I'm a hedge fund, or I'm building, I got already a couple of dApps deployed on all these different networks, but for that specific one, over time, the power gets more and more concentrated. So I just want to make Pulsechain very appealing. So having that, I'm suspecting that Richard went through that, but would it not be much better to have less FUD, the FUD that we had for X, for Pulse, if these things are fully thought out and people have like rebuttal and arguments against them? And just coming for that chat to that chat room today shows me that nobody has any rebuttal or thought about the consequences of having the OA and that many token in a deflationist system.
Oh, we've thought about it, and people out there in the internet have commented on it quite a bit, actually. If you go to YouTube, especially right after the sacrifice took place, because there was a lot of people that sacrificed and then watched that token generation take place right at the end there, and were not happy with it. So you know, it is there. What I'm saying is that the OA or whatever, I've never had Richard speak on it. I've never heard him talk about it. What I do know is that he does say this: decentralization is great for censorship resistance. Everything else doesn't really matter. You know, that's literally what he says. You know, the only thing you need decentralization for is that, so that it's censorship resistant.
Yeah.
Everything else is for price.
I agree, and that argument of censorship resistance comes to, it becomes really matters if a single entity can decide just to take over the 33 slot.
Right, but who? I guess the argument I would give to you, Stefan, is, I mean, it would have to be some malicious attack on its own network. I mean, he calls it a parade of imaginary horribles. You've probably heard him say it, right? So what kind of a malicious attack or a negative thing do you foresee in that sense? I'm not saying that you think that that's something negative. I'm just saying it's not for the conversation.
It's not my point. It's not my point. You should run a database. Yeah, let's just run a database. Why you need a blockchain then?
People run blockchains, they can make money.
Because, you know, if you know, you just need to trust one person and that's enough, then you should run a database and having transaction on a database network.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is that you don't see one entity owning all 33 validators. So you're creating something that hasn't happened and probably won't happen because there's the potential for something to happen. But like I said, go to Richard and ask him.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not making the case that, okay, I don't trust what's going to happen. I'm just making the case that if you want to maximize adoption, you want to reduce the trust aspect to attract more people into the ecosystem over time. That's my only point.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. So that is the best case scenario in crypto, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, but I don't see any other blockchains doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you could make you look at Ethereum, right? Over time, the amount of Ethereum has been distributed so widely in different hands, then you could say that when they move to proof of stake, right, the ability for anyone to control over 30, I think the limit in terms of censorship for proof of stake network is 33%. The ability for anyone just to come up with 33% or more than the entire supply of Ethereum is nearly impossible. And so you can trust that any proof of stake validator on the Ethereum network, you know, will never take over the chain, and that any transaction cannot be and will never be censored, right? And that's a strong guarantee for any dApp developer or capital allocator to say, well, I think that network is solid, right? Nobody can just jack it up, right?
So let me ask you this: Are you just finding out about the OA and its participation in the sacrifice?
No. It was in the back of my mind for quite a while, but I assumed again, I assumed that people had like stir up already a set of rebuttal and predicted behaviors, the behavior of the OA moving forward. But my sense, just coming to the chat room, is like I think most people just they're simple and say, "Oh, I just trust Richard," right? I don't think if I'm going around discussing with people in the Ethereum community because I've got a lot of connection there. Hey, have you think about have you come check out Pulsechain, and there's a weak argumentation towards this decentralization over time. That's not going to be helping adoption, and you'd only get adoption if you adapt dApps, right? If no dApps, no adoption. So the developers actually is the core audience for Pulse.
Yeah, I think that you bring up the same point some other people have, but I also think that most of the blockchains out there, other than Ethereum, they don't operate that way now, and they've seen a shit ton of adoption. But I appreciate your coming in here to ask it. It can only be obviously answered by the source.
Yeah.
I tend to not care myself, to be honest with you. Just bias, I guess. But Ethereum's not even that way now. I mean, all these companies or chains have had issues, either shut their chains down without the need for a full consensus, or just literally roll back the chains, man. I mean, even Ethereum has done it, right? So there is something to be said about having control over a network in its infancy, when it's born, and then moving toward full decentralization over time spans, as opposed to just launching right out of the gate. And that actually is the precedent. That's the exception. That's not the exception. It's more the rule, right? So I don't want to, for me, I'm okay with it. But over time, I would prefer it to be a situation where we did see it get burnt once the network developed. You seem to be coming at it from the standpoint of, you think it would actually hinder the chain from its inception in terms of developers coming over and looking at that. But I tend to disagree, because I don't see that happening right now with all the L1s.
So I have something to add. So another thing, I would think it's better that the developer of Pulsechain will be like more public, and more like in Ethereum, you know all the faces of Ethereum developer. In Bitcoin, you know all the people who develop. So yeah, this would
there's nothing wrong with people being anonymous.
Yeah, but for decentralization purposes, I think this would be more better, in my opinion. Trust what I'm saying is my opinion, that all the developer and faces.
Well, there you go, Stefan. Thanks for coming in, man.
No, that's fine. Thanks.
Appreciate everything you do, man. Really do.
Yeah,
really
thanks
do.
for the answers. And again, I'm fully vested. I've got a company fairly attached to the X and Pulse ecosystem. So it's in my own interest to see these things thrive. And I can only see us striving if you look for truth. You try just to look into what people could come at you with and say, hey, this is the way it's going to work. And the expectation, or if we expect some sort of like benevolent actor, then you need to look at what benevolent means in that ecosystem. And my conclusion was just say, hey, we need to see some burning. If there's no burning, well, that may hinder the perception from the outside, saying, well, I'm not really keen on that chain, And if you want to succeed, you need more dApps developer, right? They are the one driving the ecosystem. If Uniswap was not invented, Compound, Maker, Aave, Ethereum would not have thrived, right? It's the dApp developer that choose the chains they want to develop on. Luckily, things are become fairly compatible across chains up until now, but that matters a lot, right? Where the dApp developers decide to build, it will create value, and this is where, in turn, the users will come, right? Where there's the most exciting and significant dApps. So I just hope that
Switching gears though, Stefan, while I have you in here, can you give us an update on potentially anything that you're doing with regarding the StakeRapp and integration with Pulse, or can you not speak to any of that thing right now?
Yeah, so right now, we're in testing mode, and the app currently function multi-chain, so it's gonna be slightly similar to what the experience would be if you had a MetaMask, but a bit better in a sense that you have a drop down. You would have at the top level a drop down to indicate to select the network you want to be part of, and so it's front and center. You don't need to deal with RPC, looking for the link and doing copy pasting. Now it's just one click drop down, select your chain, and off you go.
It's all Gnosis in the background, correct?
Yeah, Gnosis in the background. We at some point we may decide just to relax that requirements to allow a bit like MetaMask or any wallet to let people re-import even their private keys or their seed phrase to have their own even MetaMask account embedded in the app. But it's not the priority for us. The reason why we went with Gnosis again is to give flexible security over time. We know for a fact that the number one issue that people have with their account, with a crypto account, is they're losing their keys. Second number one issues, and when they're losing, is sometimes just dropping it, burning it, not knowing where it is. But the main issue with that is, like, let's say it's on a paper and someone saw that paper. You would wish for you to save your 10-year stake to be able to change the ownership of the ownership of the stake, right? And so the ability to transfer Gnosis safe ownership to a new address is really important, right? So it was not really actually opinionated decision. We just look at where people struggle, and we said, okay, we're gonna help that, right? If you hold your money for 10, 15 years, you want the ability, if you fuck up, to switch over to a new seed phrase, a new wallet, right?
Oh, that's awesome.
Step for a minute. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't pay attention to every second. I don't think Richard can address publicly why he's owning this much of HEX. And for sure, there are a lot of haters that will exploit. Ask him on Twitter. So I'm thinking it will be a good idea to try to address him in a different way, because it will be exploited 100%, and Richard will not be able to answer you legally why he's owning that much publicly.
Yeah, what Adrian's saying in my words is asking in a public forum Richard for the answer, you're just not going to get it because he can't answer the question. He doesn't answer the question, so if you actually want the answer,
the event, the haters will exploit the event, because if you I don't know how to, I cannot find my words, sorry.
I'm a legally registered business with Staker in France, right? So I'm taking personal risk. If anything goes wrong with my users can sue me in court, and so I don't care what Richard says legally, because I'm putting my skin on the game there. So I'm gonna ask whatever question I ask in whatever form I want to, whether you think it can be exploited or not. I just want to answer, right? And if the answer is not there, or the community cannot come up with good argumentation, well, it will influence the way now I think about my business, the way I protect myself. So I'm just saying that, like, everybody has different risk profile, and if you talk about legal stuff, well, it's a bad argument because my neck is on the line because I've got a legally registered business. So.
No, Steph, I respect you 100,000%, man. I think Adrian's just saying that if you actually want an answer, you'd probably be better off to go direct to the source than in a public forum where you're not going to get it, because he literally doesn't answer those questions.
Oh no, but
it's not your right to do it online or not, right? It's not about your right to do it in a public forum. You can absolutely do that, right? It's just about getting your actual answer.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, just collectively, there must be a lot of brain powers that just some people may have thought about, ways where it's almost like saying, imagine you were back in 2019, you did not know so much about the OA, but then some people starting asking questions about, okay, what could if the OA was benevolent, what kind of behavior you could see occurring over time, right? And how many people would have predicted that during the big payday, the OA would have staked nearly everything? That did not happen. I never heard someone mentioning that. Why? Because nobody put that question forward. What does it look like, right?
I actually anticipated exactly that.
And I kind of did too.
Yeah, but it could have been nice, if these things were more broadly talked about and shared for everybody just to share. So I'm more like in terms of like finding truths, finding where is the potential things the potential behaviors in the future, and say, hey, these are the different things that could happen. Just watch out for it.
Hey,
awesome,
Steph, I know, we know that Richard is coming out with a new wallet, and he got developers working on it. That would pretty much put you guys in direct competition. Have you thought about that? And what do you think? What do you think that looks like?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I love competition. I'm very competitive since I'm very young. So if Richard come up with a better wallet than ours, well, I mean, even better doesn't mean shit, right? It's like someone building a race car and a city car, right? Maybe the set of features is different. Maybe the audience is different. So yeah, it's direct competition. It will promote his wallet obviously over ours, and that may just evolve the nature of our business. But that's fair game. I don't mind. I think if he comes with a better wallet than we do, like meaning he has the same feature sets that we do, think about security, transferability, recovery, gamification. If he has what we have and more, then I'm winning. I'm part of, I'm an investor in the ecosystem. I'm winning personally. So I don't see any negative downside for him coming up with a wallet. Assuming that it's better than us, it's cool. If it's worse, well, it's better for our business. Either way, I win.
There's actually
so
three.
I'll ask you this, Steph. This will probably help you sort of use reason and logic to come up with an answer if he doesn't answer you. So what would you do if you were in his shoes and you wanted Pulsechain to succeed? What would you do? Because that's basically what he's going to do. He's going to do the way the OA is going to act. And obviously, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, but looking at the way the OA has acted in the past with regards to HEX, you can expect something similar in this case, unless,
Oh yeah.
He's got a worm in his brain or some shit.
I'm not concerned about Richard. What I'm saying is like, it would be so much. If let's say I really want to pump my Pulse bag and I want the ecosystem to thrive, I would want to optimize for maximum adoption, right?
But you asked a specific question.
The way
you asked if there's going to be any burning involved.
Yeah. The way you maximize the way you maximize adoption. Given what we've seen with the backlash against X, it's like, what? Let's try to not do that again. Like, is there a way where there's less backlash involved, right? And yes, I'm guessing that if you have the OA having 99% of the token, maximum backlash. If the OA has less than that, less backlash, right? So if there is a smart contract where things are locked up or with some vesting schedule, less backlash. There's always better ways. So accepting the statu quo as it is, for me, is never satisfying. So that's why I'm asking questions. Hey, can we do better? Is there a better plan? That's the only thing I'm doing, just asking, just if we can do better things. Given what we've seen with the backlash for, I even had a one-on-one seated with Richard, and I was not expecting that much backlash. He himself is like, this is fucked up, man. How long is it gonna take for them just to realize? Myself as a company, we were trying to raise a bit of capital last year, and everybody said, "Wow, we love the team, the energy, the growth of the Stake product," but people can't get over the fact that there's a bit too much control there, and the market doesn't like uncertainty, right? And so when you tell them, well, just trust one person, and there's no legal recourse, there's nothing you can go after, it's like, it doesn't help with adoption. That's why you still see up until today so much backlash. So my point is like, can we do better? Is there a better way? And I think it's a reasonable question to ask.
And I'll say it's a reasonable thing to think the same about your question. It's a better way to put the question.
Yeah,
so what would it be? What would it be then?
Not on
always
Twitter,
tell the
because
truth.
on Twitter, sorry, Mando. On Twitter, it will be exploited by the haters. You will give them a platform to take your name and make a big shit out of it. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't like the thought of it either. And Stefan, I am 100% on board for your freedom of speech, your freedom to ask, your freedom, 100,000 freaking %. But it's like, unfortunately, out here in the crypto world, it's like people are looking for any reason to pit one person against another, or to start shit about this, and it's just, for why, especially when you have connections the way you do.
Yeah, I just want to say I absolutely think that you should. No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Steph, can you ask him in one of the private groups? I mean, it will be a way for him. He will be able to answer you without a freaking lawyer. So he's sure that everything he says is right and he will not be attacked later. And you also won't give a platform for the haters. It will be much more correct to do it this way.
In all honesty, I don't think he's going to answer you regardless where you ask him, but in which setting. But you definitely have the right to ask the question, and you should. And I'm all for the pursuit of truth. So you decide who lives or dies.
Yeah, so Stefan, you have your answer, man.
Yeah,
you got
more speech is better.
There you go. Well, go exercise your freedom of speech in whatever way you discern is the best for you, sir.
Yeah, no, but thanks for taking the time. I was really curious. Maybe sometimes I don't tune into all of this kind of social stuff, and if the answer was out there, very like, well, there was a consensus in terms of like, hey, what is the most likely thing that the OA will do over time? That would be the answer. It doesn't seem to be answer. I think a lot of people are not asking themselves like these questions, and again, might be surprised when we see the same thing that we've seen during big payday. So yeah, I'll try to dig around a couple of like connection also I have within the ecosystem privately, saying, hey, what people have been chatting about around this, and yeah, I think I'll take it from there.
Steph, I think Elmire or PulseX talked many times here about the OA percentage. I think you can send them also a message. or
who's that?
PulseX or Elmayer. I'm not entirely sure.
I see the guy. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I personally think you're going to see the burning of tokens. I've always thought that.
I
We
was
had
gonna
a
say.
burning with
I
the
was gonna say.
sacrifice. We had a burning with the sacrifice.
I personally don't think
But the
Richard is
OA
going to burn
sacrifice is
one token.
basically burned. Sorry. Go on, please. Sorry.
I was just going to say at the end of the day, Richard is going to do what Richard wants to do, and that's the end of it.
Like he always does.
Yeah, and also people have asked themselves this question, right? And just like Mando pointed out earlier, when the OA came in at the end of the Pulse sacrifice, there was it was a bit of an outrage to say the least. So, and yeah, people had a long good time to think about it when PulseX came around, and the OA did exactly the same again, rinse and repeat. So.
Yeah, it's a little different with PulseX because it's not the consensus layer, you know.
But still, it's yeah, for sure, it is different, no doubt.
Yeah, for PulseX, I really don't give a shit. This I really like. Hey, if Pulse becomes very prominent, for it to become a very prominent layer one, it's a good marketing. You know, Richard loves to brag. He's a good marketer. I'd say, well, it's questionable, right? Because Hex is get kept everywhere. So even fucking Shiba stuff has like 2 million followers on Twitter. So there's better marketing out there, right? I'm always, not taking what people say at face values. I look at the data. There is 100% more people marketing their tokens better than Hex has been marketed, right? So I'm thinking of that. Okay, how do you better market Pulse network, right? And to me, it feels like, hey, if there's a nice narrative around the future behavior of the OA, or if we see, let's say, on a regular basis, a behavior emerging about the token coins every month, right? That's great to see, right? But I haven't seen that many people talking about the base case for attracting new developers and users. And I understand you guys say, hey, other blockchains can be popular even if they're very decentralized at the beginning. But it's even a better speech when people are equipped with tools to say, hey, and by the way, these things may happen as well, right?
So I mean, the marketing is a great point. So, in your opinion, why do you think that Shiba has had a better or greater success as far as marketing their token versus Hex?
A fucking cute, angry dogs.
That's it.
That's it.
I think it's chosen by the industry, and they're basically taking money out of the people. That's why it's everywhere, because it's promoted by the same people that are getting all the money from the little guys.
I agree with that 100%. There's a cabal in crypto. There's a cabal in crypto. Let's not get it twisted, right?
Yeah, because the tokenomics obviously favors Hex. It is a way better price. I mean, there's no comparison as far as product goes.
Well, we got a founder that knows exactly how many people have more money than him. And I don't see him burning tokens if it could help him become the most richest crypto guy in the world.
Yeah, you can do that burning 35% of the tokens. Trust me, it literally makes the token more deflationary and pumps the rest of the token price.
That's marketing, saying, hey, you don't even you can look at Binance. They have their own token. They, whether they made the claim or not, that every quarter they're gonna take, I think it's 20 or 25% of their, I think 20% of their revenue, and buy back and burn the BNB token. That's a huge selling point. I remember when they announced that and what happened down the line. And now for the past 2 years, they actually report every quarter how much they burn, what was the USD equivalent. So I'm not saying that this is what the US should do or is planning to do, but that's a fucking huge selling point for people knowing that the token is going to be widely more rare over time.
I think, Steph, you're a great guy. I love that you're filled with integrity. I can tell. It's very important to me. I love truth as well. I love freedom of expression and freedom of speech. I love things being in the light rather than the dark. So I really appreciate you coming in here and asking. But I think that we just have to allow the game theory of Pulse to play out. Obviously, you can go direct to the source. You can just blanket Twitter with your questions and just have fun with the reactions. Let's just just think about it. Have a little bit deep thought on how you want to approach trying to get these answers. But I do respect you, man.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I think deeply. I do that every day.
I can tell, man. I can tell.
Yeah, thanks for all that you do, man, for the community as well with StakeRap, and appreciate you coming in here and chatting with us.
You got to build something that I can use, man, where I can get paid to shill the crap out of Pulsechain, man. I'll sign up tomorrow.
And actually, the reason why I just starting asking myself this question is, I was listening to a podcast talking about Ethereum, and they have their annual. They have a couple of conferences in Ethereum throughout the globe. There's one in Berlin, one
in Barcelona.
I think they have in Portugal. I think they have Lisbon. They have the ECC in Paris in July. In last February, they have East Denver. I think in the US, the largest one in Colorado, Denver. And last February, I looked back in the attendees, a couple of videos of the event, try to understand both at the technical level and community level. What is the vibe in Ethereum right now? And it was impressive to see a bunch of other chain, right, being present. Like I think Avalanche and other chain were competitor of Ethereum. They were there, that having their booth at the conference, right? Because they're EVM compatible and they want to not only chill the chain, but also attract new developers. Like, hey, you're building on Ethereum, but what about building on our network? These are the pros and cons, right? And that just sparked the reflection in my head. It's like, okay, this L1 blockchain only strive if you have very nice application running there, right? So it's one thing to say, well, okay, we're gonna copy the system state of Ethereum, so by default we're gonna have all of them over there, right? But some of these protocols, they have oracles, they have like admin keys, they upgrade the system. So against my point, right? There some of them are fairly centralized and the decentralization plan over time. But what makes Ethereum so damn appealing is the fact that they've been able to attract the most brain power to build fucking genius application. right? A lot of like the brain power didn't go to build Lightning Network application on top of Bitcoin. Nobody cares about that. Nobody's talking about Bitcoin, right? So I'm thinking, okay, if to get a mass user adoption, you need first of all to get mass developer adoption. How do we get there, right? So I'm just really curious, right? How many people in the Ethereum developer community that have smart contract with some sort of admin keys or partial control over the contract, willing to support and maintain control over Pulsechains? Will they get kept it as well or not? Yeah, this is going to be interesting. And maybe it's something some of us, developer around the Richard ecosystem should be doing as well, a bit of outreach. Say, hey, this is new Pulsechain coming. Are you ready? Are you going to be supporting it? It's what I do on a weekly basis with some of our partners in the Ethereum world, but I don't see that happening too much. It's like a small bubble that we're in, and if you want mass adoption, you start where the developer are.
So I'm out there every day in the spaces, Stefan, engaging with communities outside of the Richard Hart ecosystem.
Great.
A lot, okay? And there's a lot of us doing that. Predominantly, speaking to projects that are built on Ethereum. There's some that are not. It's either Ethereum or BSC for the circles I'm traveling in right now. But I was talking before you came in about this, and about how there's an opportunity cost in delaying the launch of Pulsechain, because I know protocols that would have launched already on Pulsechain right now if it existed. So there is absolutely a desire to launch on Pulse when you have professionals contacting professionals because they're looking for solutions. It's either Polygon or freaking BSC right now. Everything else is broken. It doesn't fucking work. Okay. So if Pulsechain exists, it's definitely going to see developers come over to it because there's already people looking at it now. The only thing that they want to know is, how much volume is going to be on the chain. And okay, I'd like to see it actually working and not going down. In other words, they want to see it tested, right? But I am out there in the community outside of, the Hexagon community and this echo chamber, which is a big echo chamber. It's not a small echo chamber. We've got, 150, 200,000 users day one of the launch of Pulse, which is by far bigger than any other chain, in my opinion. In terms of, forking ETH with an empty EVM chain. So we're starting off with amazing metrics and data and a very large user base. There's already a ton of things being built, plus the system state, but we are going out and doing a bunch of outreach. And there is a lot of interest in Pulse, man, from other communities. There is. It just doesn't exist. That's the bitch of it all. They're not going to wait for Pulsechain when they need it done now. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's been the problem. So just be a little bit more. I mean, in terms of that, be encouraged, because I'm out there with a bunch of guys, and there's a lot of discussion happening around Pulse, and the interest is there. They don't just shoot it down right away. We send them all the information from testnet. They go check it out. They come back and they're pretty fucking impressed.
I see it is just on the fact that Pulsechain supports, it's probably more secure. It has a much greater throughput and speed. I think we're going to get from that alone all the developers that Pulsechain will ever need.
We'll see.
Yeah, we've had some large teams as well that there's large groups of devs that are in the Sacrifice set from other L1s even. So from other large projects, there's teams that are already building things that I personally spoke to, and they're just waiting for Pulse to launch, basically. So none of these things are going to be announced. You're just going to see them popping up.
Yeah. I hope that that's the case. I mean, again, I've got vested interest there, so I don't want to appear that I'm trying to further anything. Just asking
I
the
don't
question.
think that at all. I don't think that at all, man. I think
Yeah.
you're as genuine as the driven snow, and I appreciate everything you asked in your.
Cool.
It is legit. It's legit questions, man. That's what we're here for, man. You know, but unfortunately, there's only one entity that can answer that one, brother. It's not any
Yeah.
of us.
Yeah,
Steph,
don't
I got
get
a
me wrong,
question
man.
for you.
It's absolutely a legitimate question.
Yeah. Because you can build an alternate reality, or where you could say, well, which threshold of OA token allocation. Okay, how much allocation you have, or decentralization you need in allocation over time to make people even more, a bit more inclined about dipping into building onto that ecosystem, right? I'm just looking in terms of like, hey, how we, I'm an engineer. I'm looking at optimizing systems. All this money floating around is like system optimization, and at some point you have this threshold where it's good enough to retain control, centralized control for one single entity at the beginning, but then it could be detrimental to external players saying, well, I don't feel that good about building there or driving capital over there. And that's the point, that's and you can look at history. Right? You can look at Binance versus Ethereum and how they've been gaining market share over time, right? During the bull markets, there's a lot of shiny object, a lot of things being built on Pulsechain. Some of them are just pure copy of things that have been built on Ethereum. Others are complete shitty project. Because obviously when you have a cheap, fast blockchain, it's easier just to you just make money faster when you're a scammer. So, but then you could look at the market share also receding, right? They gained early 2021 a lot of market share over Ethereum, and then they lost it over the course of the year. So, studying that history could be interesting to understand why. Okay, is it because of developer adoption, user adoption, overall, crypto market? What are the things that could be further optimized to make sure that you attract more people to the ecosystem? And then, you have least maybe a bit less backlash that we had in X when it might not be necessary, right? So.
Absolutely.
Hey, Steph, I know you mentioned raising money for the Staker app. Have you ever have you guys ever thought about having? I think I heard something about maybe having a token, a few dApps on Pulsechain, like the Liquid Loans. They raised like $50 million. So is there a reason why you didn't go that option in having a token?
I mean, most people. So a part of my answer is mostly ethical, right? I don't like to take money from people and making promise of things that may or may not come in the future. That's not the way I work, right? Some people like to do that. Hex, when it first got released, it was fully tested, audited, and finished before any money was going into the OA pocket, right? For Pulse and PulseX, these are promise tokens, right? These are promises being made. So things have changed, right? So, and you need to be able to recognize what changed, why it changed, does that make sense or not? So some of project building on top of or planning to build on top of Pulse, they've been doing what they call sacrifices, which are just a different name for ICOs. And I mean, if people like to give money to people and have any legal bound and expect some product to be built, we've seen how it works in 2017. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and yeah, good luck with that. So we did not do a sacrifice phase or token emission with Staker because we started with the product first. Where we started okay, how can I can provide value to the ecosystem, right? And then the first initial business model was just to attach a little fee on transactions so we can make the entire operation sustainable. So now we know that there's product market fit. There's people willing to have a, maybe a cleaner experience, fast transactions. They can pay their fees in X, USDC, or ETH if they want to. We've proven that there's people that prefer just to use that experience. It's even better for most no coiners, right? We keep hearing on daily basis report of like, hey, I could not onboard my friend going through, Coinbase, MetaMask, seed phrase management, and the DEX, opening a DEX. But when you have all that experience, collapsed into one application, it was just more easy just to onboard these folks. So yeah, so we didn't do that. If we were to do a token, I would most likely be some sort of utility token, where yeah, you gain more out of the token the more you're embedded in an ecosystem, right? So in order for it just to have like a value beyond the business, we need to make sure just to have a set of smart contracts that have their own place in the ecosystem and are independent of us building the app, right? It's nice to have, again, a central entity that's driving, bootstrapping the ecosystem, but you want to have these things sustainable over time. So even if the business were to go down, the token will still have value. So that's where our mind is at, and we don't want to rush anything, right? Right now, we don't need to raise money specifically. We don't want to have any cash grab. The goal is just to accrue value. I like to win. I like to build stuff that works well, are reliable, and are here for the future. So yeah, if I launch a token with the team, it'll be something very, very, very nice.
Gotcha. Appreciate it. Yeah, because I love HEXradio, man, and I always wondered if you guys would, y'all already have a proven product. It wouldn't be a promise situation, and people already trust y'all in the system. So I thought it would be a good match.
Yeah, but that's actually the level of ethics that we have. We're not gonna jeopardize our reputation or leverage that to easily issue a token to make a cash grab, to make money and have less incentive just to build a nicer product. So yeah, we want to do things right, and if we were just to put a token out there, it would need to have a couple of properties that ultimately means that the token itself needs to survive by itself without the need for us as a central entity doing anything, right? So you could have a DAO involved, a foundation, but yeah, we'll see what makes sense. We have a couple of ideas already, so yeah, the question is the type of priorities, right? How much we focus our time against different projects right now, and we want the experience of the app, the core experience, to be really, really stellar. We want to be on par with the top non-custodial wallet out there. We are thinking about the Argent wallet, even MetaMask himself. Like, how can we have a product that people want to use, not only across Ethereum, Pulsechain, but across all chains, right? So we are discussing a lot in terms of like expanding our reach beyond the existing richer art ecosystem, because it's just better. It just makes more sense as a product, and also it cross promotes whatever we're doing specifically for the PLSX product. So that's where our mind is at right now. Will a token attract a lot more people? It could be, but yeah, we will have to be very thoughtful in the way we design it. One thing is sure is that we will if we were to issue a token, some of the issuance will go towards the airdrop, and our most loyal users will be the most rewarded, right? That kind of makes sense.
Hey, that's what I like to hear right there. Airdrop.
I'm signing up right now, Steph.
Hey, we know already because we've seen the thing that is funny because we're all of us most of us in the team are data scientists or computer scientists. So if you try to outgame us in terms of like creating multiple accounts, multiple wallets, you might just take the risk of not getting anything. So I just want to throw that out there. I'll say, like, yeah, good luck trying to outgamify us because we do that for a living. So.
Oh, I just got one account. I'm good.
Steph had to throw that caveat in there.
I know. So we've seen some already suspicious behavior there in terms of like account creation, things not being utilized in what a genuine user would use it, and I'm like, yeah, well, that might be your loss. Good try.
Well, you heard it here first. Breaking news.
But it's fair game. It's fair game, right? You try to. We know that there's like these airdrop farmers out there, and maybe some will make it through, but some won't. So yeah, I mean, there's more productive things to do than just farming airdrop, right? There's different ways you can contribute to the ecosystem, right? I understand a lot of people are just here just for the quick buck and extracting value from the ecosystem, but in the long run, you will be more fulfilled and you make more money about producing value into the ecosystem, right? So there's value extractor and value producer. Choose who you want to be. In the world, the richest people in the world are value producer, not value extractor.
So how is it what is it gonna look like with you guys going into different ecosystems, and how quick do you think y'all will be able to do that?
So yeah, we technically it was a long feast, right? The reason why it took us a bit more time just to launch the V2, we almost announced it at the same time that Pulse was announced. But for us, the app, we didn't know that Pulse would come to play, right? So we were already thinking, okay, we'll still have this, we'll be in the Ethereum ecosystem to scale. Maybe we'll just create a proxy contract on top of the X contract and sell the shares onto a layer 2 like Arbitrum or Optimism. That was our thinking early last year, right? We were in discussion with the Arbitrum team, the Optimism team. I mean, I had like one-on-one meeting with their technical team and their CEO a couple of times early last year, and that was the play. And then when Richard announced the Pulsechain, we had to think about, okay, well, that might be the solution for scale. I knew back then, I told Richard, okay, you won't be able to do that in 6 months. There's too many things that you need to do. You need a block explorer. You need your own DEX, a bridge, an on-ramp. It's 5 or 6 products that you need to put together to launch the chain, right? It's not only the fork. It's a lot more work. And he was more optimistic than myself, and yeah, he was wrong. I told him, like, you won't have it before the end of the year. And yeah, December passed, and I was like, yeah, that's the case. So for us, technically, it meant that we had to change priorities because we had a couple of things that we wanted to do in the app. And we said, okay, let's delay these features because if Pulsechain comes to market, we need to be ready for providing our users with an easy way to switch back and forth between the two networks, to start staking on the Pulsechain network, right? So yeah, we just deprioritized a few things that we wanted to do and start focusing on the multi-chain support, right? So we had to rewrite a whole infrastructure, backend infrastructure, to not now only relaying and parsing event from the blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, but say, hey, how can we build an engine that is now where you can plug in a lot of parameters from different chains and start listening to all the events, producing analytics for them, relaying transactions from our users. Yes, non-trivial technical project. It's a very, very large project. So yeah, we've been done with that at the beginning of the year, and yeah, now we're just doing a lot of testing, polishing a few things in the app. So yeah. And for future blockchains, now that we have a more flexible backend infrastructure that can absorb new chains, we'll have just to make a business decision. We'll have to decide, okay, how much support do we want to provide across different chain based, again, on adoption, user demand, the quality of the bridges, all these type of things we'll take in consideration to say, hey, we're opening up support for these different chains, right? So one of the first criteria that we tend to have in the company is like, we don't want people to lose money, right? So we'll tend to be a bit more conservative than most people in terms of like what we outright display in the application. But at the same time, we don't want to be a gatekeeper. So you will always ultimately have an option to go beyond what we display and to do stuff on your own. So at the end of the day, you have the own seed phrase and the keys to your wallet, so you're in control.
Nice.
Okay, guys, it was a pleasure chatting with you. Thanks for trying to answer my question about DOA earlier. I wish you all a great evening or a great day, depending where you are, and see you around.
Yeah, thanks, Steph. You have a good one, brother.
All right. Thanks, Steph.
Bye-bye.
Keep up the great work.
Thanks.
Interesting surprise. Love it.
Yep.
Yeah, he
Man, it's
was
some
in the chat, and I was like,
night
"Oh, man,
learning.
we got a scammer impersonating Steph." Yeah, and I saw him in there. I was like, "Oh, it's freaking Steph from HEXradio. This is awesome."
No, that was good. He got to be feeling some pressure though with Richard coming up with his own wallet. I mean, that could absolutely wipe him out. So I think you kind of hear it in his speech.
I don't agree with that, man.
Really?
Steph is nah, not at all.
How about the fact that there's a third wallet being built, so there's actually going to be 3?
There'll probably be more than that.
Well, I think if Richard comes out with one, most people are going to use it. That's just my opinion.
I've been, talking with Mando about this a little bit in DMs, but what surprised me most about one of the things that Steph came out and said was the possibility that Staker might eventually be removing the Gnosis backend and working towards a more traditional type wallet where where they allow the entrance of seed phrases from other wallets. And that kind of incredibly shocked me because, like, I think there is at least a portion of the community that only tolerates Staker app as a phone app because it specifically uses the Gnosis app and the intention that Gnosis and Staker app will eventually support multi-sig. So to hear that they might be going away from that was like a very big surprise.
Yeah,
They
I, I was surprised you didn't bring that up to him, Spiffy, since it was bothersome to you. I would have thought you would have asked him about that.
And if they do this, they will become direct competition of the Richard Hard wallet, because Richard Hard wallet will be something like MetaMask. And if the Staker app becomes something like MetaMask, it means they're in direct competition also.
Yep.
So there is a conflict of interest at some point.
And you're absolutely right. The only reason why people do tolerate it is the fact that they use Gnosis. So it's kind of not. I was taken back by that as well. But yeah, you should have definitely asked him about that.
I think like he kind of got the impression that I was like against him in some ways, like, you know, but so I didn't want to argue too much about it. But like, I guess what I was thinking is like, if somebody like Papa Boner came out and said, like, because of this, like, I no longer support like people using the Staker app, like, how many of this community would just stop using it?
Yeah, I think
Wait
you'll
till
find he came out with completely the opposite because they're changing the technology they're using. Papa came out and said that they would be 100 times more secure. I don't know.
It all depends on how it's done, obviously, but
wait till Richard comes on live stream and says, "My wallet is 10 times better than everybody else's." Go there and use it.
Yeah, Steph has built a large user base of people that love his app and trust him as a person. You know, that you can't, you know, and if the features are there and the feature set is there, he'll have plenty of customers. But yeah, the Gnosis thing, definitely. I'm gonna write to him and let him know what the concern is on that and see what he says. That'll be interesting. I thought you were going to say something, Spiffy, just because we were going back and forth in chat. I thought you were going to ask, but
Yeah, that would have been a good question. Definitely.
I just I suppose I could have, but like I didn't necessarily want to ask something which seemed like it was more of a hypothetical.
all right, guys, I got to take off. Good chat with everybody. Interesting talk. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, take it easy, Mando.
All right, G.
later, man.
Later, Thor.
So what's y'all think? What's y'all thoughts on that whole conversation?
I was very, very surprised. I like when it first started, I was one of the people messaging Mando, is like, I don't believe this is really stuff. Like, okay, maybe it is, but like I can't believe that he's asking such a new question.
What you got to remember is even people that are working in this are kept in closed loops. There's some open loops, but very minimal people in them.
I think the longer it takes for mainnet to launch, the more of these kind of conversations we're gonna be dealing with.
Just a quick question. Sorry. It's going back to something that came up with all this stuff that happened with Rackham. Is it true that that was just a publicity stunt?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure whether it was that or other people had commented that he is possibly on the autism spectrum and had a bad day, and maybe that was part of it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that was yeah. I did hear that conversation, but I also heard that the other day that it was a complete public, and it was all staged basically to get attention onto Hex, because that concerns me. You know, I'm very concerned that that's a possibility, and it was one of the top people on here that said it. Admin, if anything, I can't confirm that, but
Yeah, I don't. I would be surprised, but like, could be.
yeah, but what are you going to gain out? What are they going to gain out of having an argument? I mean, this is the way the internet's going these days. Everyone seems to be getting publicity through like being in the limelight. I don't get it.
Following Richard for 2 years, I've never seen him pull stunts. So I don't think he would start now. Like you said, what are you gonna get out of it? It don't really make any sense.
Well, you get the publicity.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the publicity stunt. Obviously, I have no fucking clue, and I don't know who said that earlier here publicly, and if he was an admin or whatever, you know. But and unless they know for sure, at least my gut feeling and the way it went down, it did not seem like a publicity stunt.
Yeah, but he is back now, isn't he? And it's all going as normal.
Do you feel the same about him after that?
Me personally, listen. I listened to the guy come on here and tell us all 2 or 3 months ago that he was gonna bump the price personally to 50 cents. And I mean, I understand autism completely as well, like probably more so than most, as I have an autistic son. But that's 2 things that I've heard him do. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about him. Personally, it doesn't really change my life. He's a whale, but yeah. But stuff like that, if Richard was in on it, that's a bit concerning. But yeah, I want to get that confirmed because it definitely was on here. Someone definitely said it was a publicity stunt.
Yeah, but you don't know if they know that's the case or not. You know, a lot of people come in here all the time saying all sorts of things.
Yeah, but it was a big 2-hour-long conversation regarding it. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not starting FUD and I'm not starting anything. I actually heard it. I wouldn't be saying it.
Oh no, I absolutely believe you. I have no doubt that that someone in here prominent said that. But I don't know how they said it. Could have been sarcastic, could have been, you know, an irony. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
hyperbole.
I 100% agree. It could have been sarcasm. I 100% agree that I don't even know if I'm on the spectrum myself, so I might have misunderstood. I don't know.
Well, it's interesting that both of them, Rackham and Steph, said that they was having problems raising money. They both said that. So I don't know.
Going back to one of the things that Steph said in that conversation just now, which I found interesting was that like he was saying that he had discussions with Richard basically before the end of last year, saying that, oh yeah, you're not going to release Pulsechain before the end of this year. And I'm like, really? Where was that information? Because I never heard that, and that would have been nice to know.
Right.
Yeah, going back to what I said, there's a lot of people in closed loops, and there's a lot of us that are out of it. I just think the transparency of this project has changed. That's what I think.
How so?
Oh, just exactly like what he just said. Oh, I didn't hear this and I didn't hear that. You know, the transparency of this is that, I don't know. I just like to think everyone says that you should know everything about a project before you put money into it. There's other little bits coming up. As I say, I don't know. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding the situation completely.
I mean, I didn't. So when the OA came in, or Richard came in at the end of the Pulse Sacrifice, and scooped up the lion's share of the supply, I was surprised. I'm not gonna lie. That did surprise me. But as soon as it happened, so to speak, I was also on board with what he was doing. And in all honesty, I thought it was a genius move. But I don't think that anything has changed as far as like transparency, at least from Richard's side. After that, you sort of know the game, and the game is playing, and the OA has been playing. So that's why I asked if it was anything specific that you felt like had changed.
No, everything's always been cryptid, hasn't it? Nothing's ever actually. I mean, obviously, probably due to legal reasons, like we were referring to earlier. As I say, he's just my read on the subject. I know that when he brought HEX, HEX was supposed to be another token before that, and it was supposed to be another token before that. So anything and everything that has ever been built within this has always been delayed. Again, I'm not fudding, I'm just stating truth.
Yeah,
Well,
think the communication with the middle of May, 75%, 7 days later, and then the devs came out and said we're definitely launching in May. All that kind of put a bad taste in people's mouth.
Yeah, I guess I'm coming from this from a different angle. From the get-go, he's basically said, don't have any expectations from the work of others. And I've taken that seriously to the point where if nothing happens, I'm sort of okay with it. So,
yeah, that's
so
true.
yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
That's
So
true.
you really just have to take him at his word, and that's basically what when I listen to him talk for whatever reason, I always just take him at his word. And up until this point, other than the fact that he's been speculating, but he's also prefaced saying, hey, this is software, God knows if it's going to launch. And he even said, I have a bad track record as far as coming up with any predictions. So, and having worked in R&D projects, or several, I know that these things can get off the rails, and you can end up with a problem that you did not foresee by any stretch of the imagination, and you just have to deal with it. So I don't know if that's the case right now, if it's like what Mando's saying, that he's actually timing the market at this point. But I think up until this point, if anything, when he said the 2 months, that's what he thought, and that's probably some of the feedback that he was getting. And then the developers keep on running into issues that needs to be dealt with, and the timeline just keeps getting pushed back, and this is normal in any software development. So I'm not surprised. Nor am I disappointed. I just wanted, when it launches, I want it to be as flawless as it could possibly be, because obviously I want the least amount of criticism from the critics, right? You can imagine we launching and we ending up in a Solana situation, right? That would be a travesty. So I'd rather wait.
No. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We definitely need it to be right, no matter how long it takes. So, but it's just the communication that I think kind of threw everybody off a little bit. Even though there's no expectations, but don't give me expectations and then take them back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with the mid-May prediction, and the 2 weeks and whatnot, this, that, and the other. I just remember I had I ended up in an argument here with Mando back then, where I said, well, I don't think it's going to happen in 2 weeks because he hasn't given us a range yet, right? And he may or may not do that regardless, but he did say way back when that he was going to give us a heads up, like a range, right? And I also saw, if I'm not mistaken, there was a tweet when the price was dumping hard, where he said something along the lines of, there's people now trying to game the system, trying to figure out if the snap or the blockade has been chosen, snapshot essentially of the blockchain, so they can get their copies and they're try to game the system, right, by selling. And this is what I thought was going to happen, right? I predicted that if anything, what people are going to do is that they're going to sell off as soon as they realize or know that they've had their copies, if they want to sell, and then they have their copies on the other side, then they're taking a little bit of profit. So I don't know if that's why we had the drop, but I'm pretty sure I saw him tweeting something along those lines. And I think that if it's not entirely the reason why, well, it's clearly not entirely why the price is dumped, but I think it definitely has played a role, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
And as far as Steph's question with regards to if there's going to be any burning or not, I wasn't listening. I was half listening in the beginning when he came in, but I think that was essentially his question, right? If there's going to be any burning or not, and of Pulse, and I don't think he's going to get that answer regardless, even if he writes him privately, and he is Steph from HEXradio, right? I don't think he's going to get the answer. So
I don't think that was his initial question. I think his initial question was more along the lines of, why does the OA have so much of the Pulse supply? Not that whether there would be a burning or not.
okay, I thought the essence of the question was the burning factor. That was essentially his question. Why does the OA have the lion's share? Was that his question?
That's what it started out to, but I think he got to like the suggestion as to like a potential, what he perceived as a problem, and the fix being that, well, the OA could burn it away.
Okay, I thought he made the analogy of what BNB has been doing, right? And that they're advertising it. That they had a buyback burn not option, protocol that they were doing, and that they're advertising it. But it also, nobody's holding their feet to the fire if it doesn't happen, right? Is that the case with Binance? It's sort of like just their you sort of like have to take their word for it.
Yeah, I actually thought I thought that they had actually already stopped doing that. So for him to say that they were doing it every quarter was a surprise to me, and I don't know that that's correct. I assume he's correct.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know either. That's why I'm asking.
No, I think I read that they were doing the buy and burn now in Binance.
Yeah, but it's not an automated, trustless function, right?
Right.
It's just they're saying this is what we're gonna do, and then you sort of like have to take. I guess you could do some chain analysis and actually verify that has happened or not. But for all intents and purposes, it's just you take their word for it. From my understanding, I mean, again, I'm not a Binance expert by any stretch of the imagination. Dude, I'm tired, man. Oh, I'm rambling. I digress. Either way, Spiffy, you definitely should have asked him about the fact that they're moving away from the Gnosis safe stake wrap. That would have been an interesting question.
Yeah, I don't always like arguing with people, and I just got the impression that he felt that I was accusing him of like fudding, and I kind of was in a way, but like I was just kind of saying I said, you know, following Adrian's suggestions, like if you're going to have this conversation, do it in private because the community, there at least a portion of the community is going to jump on you negatively, and it might lead to a backlash of people's people the way people view Staker app as well. That's what all I was really trying to get at, and I don't think he he took that well, and so I didn't really want to argue with him on what would have possibly been another contentious subject.
No, that is a very valid point you made because if he comes out, people will think he's fudding, and they're gonna say, "Richard, hurry up and bring the wallet out." That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe he. Again, I think I missed. I think I missed part of the beginning of the conversation. I was working, but yeah, I don't think. I think you. I think I think what you said was absolutely on point. So, um, no reason to be offended by that. Then again, I have thick skin, so I'm not easily offended. But but uh, but maybe he was. I don't know.
Well, you guys also don't hear how often I'm screaming at, oh my god, you guys are morons. I usually keep myself muted.
I haven't heard that.
Just out of curiosity, we haven't had any straight updates from Richard for weeks, have we? Like, I'm talking addressing us.
No news is good news.
That's one of the things where I kind of disagree with Mendo on, in that, like, I really still don't believe that Richard is waiting for the Bitcoin crash or timing the market to correlate with launch of Pulsechain. He could, but I just I don't see it. I think, like, even if you launched right now, if the chain was ready, if all the applications were ready to go and it launched right now and Bitcoin tanked a little bit further, like, I don't think in the long run it would matter and people would appreciate it more that the chain had just launched.
Well, if you take his word for it, he's not waiting, right? He says as soon as it's ready, it's launching. But I would say that he, at this point, he might as well sort of like try to time the market. But it's hard to say if he's doing it intentionally or not. Even though he's publicly said that he's not. So
Right. It kind of scares me if he does launch it and that happens to coincide with the exact bottom of the market, and the people come back and say, like, see, I told you he was doing.
that would be hilarious.
Yeah, but he might have an IQ, but I don't believe he can time the market every time. Just, yeah.
I think, of course, nobody can time the market. Not like if anyone, that but there is rhyme and reason to it. When people say that TA is bullshit, it's not bullshit, right? Obviously you can't predict human behavior, psychology, but I mean, Richard has proven time and time again that he has a knack for this. So he understands markets, he understands human psychology, and he clearly knows a thing or two about technical analysis. So I wouldn't underestimate his ability to time the market, so to speak. Because it doesn't have to be on the bottom. Be close.
But this is the problem. This is the problem with timing the market. You have less way to onboard people to jump in Pulsechain. Because, for example, I have 10 people right now to want to join Pulsechain. I'm not going to tell them, you know what, go ahead and buy HEX right now, and when Pulsechain goes out, you can swap your PHEX for Pulsechain or PulseX. I don't want them to be behind me. Hey, when is gonna Pulsechain go live? Every other week, I'm not going to do that. So many other projects, many big projects before have launched in a bear market or on the way down. Example, Polygon, Matic, Cardano, many others, many others. What happened to them? They went to the moon. Polygon was at 2.1 cent. I remember back in 2017, 2018, how much it went up? 150 was like 100, 200x. I agree with the idea that we have to go live when we are ready, in terms of fixing every other box and whatever. But to time the market, wait until it goes 11K or 12K, it doesn't make any sense, because you are making sure that you make the more amount of X because you are launching at the bottom, but also you are losing potential people buying Pulsechain from now until that happen?
Well, if you take his word for it, that's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm going to launch as soon as it's ready.
Yeah, but just going back to something
Did
you
he say
just
that?
something you just referred to, he understands human psychology. Well, if he does, well, then you're asking us to just completely 100% trust him. You know, just,
Not at all.
just
No,
can't see it.
no. I'm just saying that his talent stack is unique in a sense where he understands the technical aspects that goes into the block. Not only the he understands cryptos, right? He understands the blockchain, he understands code, and he understands markets and human psychology and trading. So if you watch his old videos, like he used to have like a referral link to, what is it, Bitmax or whatever the fuck it's called, one of those trading platforms. Like the guy he is probably, like many of us in here, a gambler at heart, right? He, he used to play video games, and clearly he's been doing some trading in his life, right? So even though he claims, or he mentions many times, that he helped make the top of $30 for Bitcoin, right? He bought in, and then he had to hold it all the way down to 2 or whatever before before the reversal. The point is that that he's got a unique talent stack, and that doesn't mean that you should trust him blindly at all. I'm just saying that I think at this point, he might as well wait and try to time the market. Because ideally, you said that, I can't remember who said, Joe Perez. You said that a bunch of these other projects launched in a bear market and they had success. Sure, absolutely. I'm not opposed to either, to be honest. But ideally, what you want to, if anything, not even time the bottom, you want the bull market to already have sort of like started and kicked off, and you want to really ideally launch at the beginning of a bear market, right? To have the most beautiful chart. But we'll see. He claims publicly that he's not waiting for anything, and as soon as he's done, he's going to launch. So if you take him at his word, that's what he says.
Yeah. So one thing that Mando did say that kind of got me thinking that he might be is that, like, he was talking about, like, where, you know, and okay, so I kind of feel like the Pulsechain network code was most likely finished up to a couple months ago. And so, like, I think we all know that the most recent change was where they said, where we redid the validator code, the validator rotation code, and Go rather than Solidity. My contention is, was that really necessary? I mean, I understand the benefits of like getting stuff faster and you know, doing it as best as you can before you launch. But like, I'm not sure that it was like, if that did possibly delay something, and I don't think it did, but if it did lead to a delay of something, then I would say that probably wasn't worth doing, because like the idea of like you know, doing it after the fact, after the chain is launched, like a hard fork is not the necessarily the worst thing in the world. Like, you know, how many hard forks has Cardano gone through, and like their chain still operates, and it's not like there's 14 different versions of it.
Well, what he said was that he don't want to launch knowing that there's a vulnerability, even if he's the only one that knows about it. He would rather just fix it if it takes a couple weeks to fix it, which kind of made sense to me.
But you know what? We have to follow we have to follow Richard Hart. Whatever he wants to do, there's no other way around. He's the CEO. He's the one who thinks over here. There is nothing we can do. Just an example. There is many other projects who went live without mainnet. For example, Chainlink is going mainnet probably next month. So it doesn't mean that you have to be perfect to go live. But that's the Richard Hart thinking. So there's nothing we can do about it. Just hold on. That's it. If take a couple of years, we have to hold. It take a couple of months, we have to hold. There's nothing else. What I can tell you is I'm not onboarding anybody until we go live, because I don't want a whole bunch of people telling me behind, hey, you know what? When go live, when go live. No, I don't want that team behind me, man.
I get there's nothing that we can do about it, but like the question was like, well, was it done because it was a fix, or was it done because it was an improvement? And the latter was less of a reason to delay if it did cause a delay. And I'm not saying it did.
Am I right that back in April he said that there was only 2 more things to do, and one of them was the loyalty token, and the other one was I don't know, maybe someone else remembers, but I remember him specifically saying the coding was finished.
Remember that he have many developers before, and then there was a rumor that some developer left or whatever. Now he have a lot. Probably what happened is probably the previous developer maybe doesn't have enough experience in this, and then the new developer he gets probably review all the codes and everything and tell him, you know what, hey, there is a big problem here. We have to fix this. This can be also a probability.
Okay, just another one. Well, are we not using testnet, and is it not working? Like, I'm not a coder, I'm not anything to do with computers, but the way I see it is we've had something running flawless online for months. So what is so different about what's going to be released in the mainnet version?
Well, that's what I was saying. I think, and I could be completely wrong here, but I think that for the most part, the network code was most likely finished like a couple months ago. And what they're really mainly polishing at this point is PulseX. So there are definitely, bugs that you can track in regard to PulseX that seem like they might be kind of important.
I suppose that would run tally with the fact that PulseX was the last project to be started as well. Well, it was the last project we sacrificed for anyway. On average, how long does a bear market usually last?
So you can have an idea. The previous bull market end around January 2018. And from that point, we went from 20,700 all the way down to 11. Then we jumped back to 14. Then back to 9,000. Then back to 10,000, and then we were like going sideways. Like for a long time, we went to 8,000, 7,000. Then we went back to 9,000. Then we was a big dump from 8,000 around March 2020. We went all the way down to 3,700 bucks, and we went from like 8,000 all the way down to 3,000 just a matter of hours. You trying to like shade the weight hands, and then we were back and forth between 3,000 and 4,000, 5,000, 4,000 for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, that
And then we
dump you're
begin to go up a little bit.
yeah, the dump you're referring to where we went down to 3 was the Corona dump.
Yeah. I remember Donald Trump was president, and the oil was going down. That the future of oil was going negative. So I remember the gallon of gasoline in the United States went down like a $1.10. Was crazy, brother. At least on that, Prosper was positive. But it was a beautiful time, bro. It was a beautiful time for all these people who was waiting on stable coin. That was a beautiful moment, brother. Shit. You compare that time to the bull market, that was a humongous amount of gain in short period of time. Let's one that 1 year, brother. The humongous gain was crazy, brother. We are talking about from 2 cents all the way to 160, Cardano 2 cents all the way to $3. It's crazy, brother. And not talking about Hex. Hex went down to like 30 and a 5 all the way to how much was it, 50 cents. A lot of money was made, bro, for the people who bought the bottom and almost sell the top. So it can take any time, bro. It can take a couple of years, 3 years. But you have to take into account the Bitcoin halving. I think it's in 2024. So just before the halving, there is always a little pump, and then it sell off for a little bit, and then go sideways, and then begin to go up again. So I think around 2024, mid 2024 to the end of 2024, there should be another big bull market.
So if Richard's trying to time that, well, then we're looking at it releasing in 2024 then, no?
Oh, remember the dump is not gonna happen. Remember, you have some time of bear market. You reach the bottom and then you are going sideways. The bottom can happen anytime. If it happens, it can happen anytime. It can happen in a couple of days and go all the way down. When people, it's like a coordinated dump from the big fishes up there. Bitcoin can go easily from 30,000 all the way to 11,000 where you are taking breakfast. It's just like that. It's like, what the heck happened here? It's not
Right.
like they don't know. They don't let you know. You are sleeping, and when you wake up, you say, what the heck is this?
One news story could make it happen like that. One news story.
And then, for my experience, what you do, you don't panic sell. If you have a couple of dollars, you buy more and hold it. Because if you panic sell, brother, it can go all the way to down to 11,000 and come back to 20,000 in 10 minutes. So it's that simple.
Well, on that principle, it's time to buy Hex then.
I guess I kind of don't want to believe that a dump that low will happen, because I kind of believe I mean, and maybe this is just like because I've been on crypto for a long time, that I assume that a lot of people have at least experienced one major dump. And so to say that like that they just didn't learn a damn thing from it, and that they're just going to follow the same bad thing that they did last time and capitulate at the bottom again, it just seems odd and unlikely to me.
If you are crypto, you know that everything with Bitcoin, everything can happen. And Bitcoin is the king here. He decides where the market goes. If Bitcoin dumps, forget about every other project. Everything, everybody's gonna go dump. Forget about it. Everything can happen in crypto. Everything can happen. It's just that simple. Don't don't believe that. Oh my God, this cannot happen. It can happen for sure, bro. And you check the chart over there, the macro chart, you can see easily 12, 13, 14,000 bucks Bitcoin there. It can happen easily.
I believe that like if Bitcoin dumps that low, then we've probably seen something catastrophic, like Russia launching a nuke on Ukraine, or China invading Taiwan, or something really big.
Right.
And the stock market just tanking, and that takes down crypto with it. But I don't necessarily see like Bitcoin just going that low for like just because so many people are just like, oh, I'm tired of waiting. I'm out of this shit.
It's like the COVID dump. That was a one in every 100 years event. But you know, it'll take something like that.
But what about interest rates and highest it's been in 4 or 5 decades? You know, the value of the dollar, the real estate market bubble, and interest rates, and the geopolitical implications of Russia, Ukraine, all that. I mean, the fear index is super high right now.
I just don't think it's likely because it's so close to. I mean, we just came out of it in 2020. So are we going to have two catastrophic events back to back? I don't know.
The other happened 2017. What is the difference? 2017, 18, 2020. They're back to back right there. They're not too far away.
Yeah, 2017, it was just a lot of retail people coming in and not knowing. The people wasn't as knowledgeable then as they are now, like what Spiffy was saying. But could it happen? Yeah, anything could happen, like you said. But I don't think it's likely. That's just my opinion.
Well, say China doesn't invade Taiwan and Russia doesn't drop a nuke. How do we back out of this? I mean, we are so far in over our heads in the traditional markets and inflation and commodities, and I mean, this isn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why, like, personally, I mean, some people are thinking that, like, by November, the Fed will start, you know, reversing their policy again to where they're lowering interest rates rather than raising them. I don't believe it'll happen that soon, but I don't know. There's a lot of people that do seem to believe that it might start by the end of the year.
Okay, but that doesn't solve. You can't unprint 80% of the circulating supply of currency. You know, that's 80% of the circulating supply has been printed in the last few years. I mean, something's got to give. You know, it's like a dam can only hold so much water. And interest rates just went up. I mean, mortgage rates are now in the mid fives. I mean, we're walking a fine line right now.
Yeah, but what is positive with this administration that we have now? Nothing is positive, bro. The interest rate is high, the gas is high, everything is sky high. You know, there is nothing positive with this administration.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Preaching to the choir on that one. I thought that was a trick question. There's a lot of negatives in that column.
Sure what that has to do with the particular administration, but just timing.
Like I'm not all about scorched earth, you know, everything's going to crash and come crashing down, but this is ridiculous. The value in the traditional markets is so overplayed right now. It's, you know, at some point there has to be capitulation, and I think that's good, especially for everybody on this call, because the moment, and I don't know Bitcoin price, speculate, will it go to 10, will it go to 15? Whatever that bottom is, it needs to get there quickly, because I don't want to launch Pulsechain or have Richard launch, and then we get buried under all the stories about, oh, the bear market and the crypto market's crashing, and we just get lost in the shuffle. You know, we've got to launch at a time where, you know, things are kind of bottomed out, because there's a ton of buyers for Bitcoin at under 20K. I mean, people aren't just going to pull their money out and go bye-bye. There's too much money in this. You know, and I think that you're going to see trillions pumped into crypto, because there is no safe bet. You know, people are losing money on their 401ks now. They're starting to realize, you know, that precious metals is even iffy in terms of store value. And crypto is interesting because the potential gains. So I'm just hoping we get to some bottom before September, so that when we do launch, we don't get lost in the shuffle and the spin cycle of all the influencers, you know, fudding to death about, you know, how everything's crashing, and, you know, and here we are launched and nobody knows about us because everybody's talking about how Bitcoin's crashing.
If Bitcoin's crashing, then Ethereum's crashing, and like when you have an alternative to Ethereum that's better, and like it's presumably going up more than Ethereum because of that, don't you think that that would be a positive?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, not, what I'm saying is we have to time the launch. You know, I hope he's considering that. I hope he's considering that, because if we were to launch mid-May, you know, I would just, you know, you launch in a bear market, you don't, you know, it's just better all the way around, you know, because there's only one way to go, and that's up, you know. So the people that are just antsy to launch, there's just too much going on right now. I think there's too much. We're on a cliff right now, and something's got to give. I'm watching these markets going, how the hell is this? Is this holding on like this? You know, if you look back at all these other crashes and these events that happen, financial events that have happened in the past, 30 to 40 years, there are a lot of indicators that, in hindsight, you look back and say, yeah, that was a bubble. We should have seen that one coming from a mile away. What are we going to look at, 10 years from now when we look back on this? There's a lot of indicators right now telling us that things are on shaky ground. I don't disagree that a major event would tank the markets, but does it require a major event? We've already seen unprecedented numbers in inflation, and we're in the middle of it. There's a war going on right now, and I just hope that the markets respond honestly and aren't propped up artificially because they can use these instruments, or they can just print money or just lower interest rates. Like that's going to solve the problem. It's not, in my opinion.
What I guess I was saying is, it's like, if he, let's say Pulsechain's ready to launch right now, and he says, okay, Pulsechain is launching in 2 weeks, and he does that, and it's not the bottom of the bear market. Like a month later, Bitcoin, 2 months later, whatever, however long, Bitcoin keeps going down and hits its bottom at sometime later. Like, while Bitcoin is going down, I still think Pulsechain is going to be going up. And then you can therefore point to Pulsechain as being this shining gem that is standing out even more so against Bitcoin, where people are like capitulating from Bitcoin still, then and looking for a different thing, then you can point them to Pulsechain as like, well, this is still going up.
Now that's a very optimistic view of that. I would love for that to be true, but you can't count on something like that because, if history is a guide, that's never happened. I mean, it's pretty predictable. Bitcoin's kind of the arbiter. We're in a small community of believers that are strong, faithful believers in this product and this ecosystem, but we can't rely on everybody having the same sentiment or just us being able to power the market in that way. So you may be right. I hope you are right, because I don't think it's going to be a perfect blue sky scenario when we launch. We'll have to see, and it may diverge and go, climb as Bitcoin's falling, but that's not going to happen forever. And, I don't see that happening. I see, if the market cap, the total crypto market cap goes below 900 billion, then I think we're pretty much at a bottom. I don't see it free falling below that. So we're at, what are we at? 1.2, 1.3. So we're close. So I don't see a free fall. I mean, we've been the market's been dropping here. I mean, Bitcoin's was at 69,000. I mean, what is it at? 30, 28, 29. So we don't have much more to go. But that's like, it's, I wouldn't say a long shot, but you can't bet on something like that. I mean, it maybe periodically or maybe temporarily, but I don't see it just powering through and ignoring Bitcoin and Ethereum's price. We're kind of tied to that. There's a lot of wallet holders out there. Not many of them know about us yet. I mean, the bottom line is, I think we are. I hope we launch this month, right? But I also, part of me says, well, I guess if I were to prioritize things, I hope we launch when it's the right time to launch. And if that's September, as terrible as that would be in terms of the wait, if it's the best thing for us, and we had a crystal ball and it was like, well, you're going to perform the best if you launch in September versus June, who on this call is going to say, no, I still want to launch in June just to get it out? Of course not. You know, so I mean, I think the person that knows best is Richard Hart, you know. So whenever he feels the time is right, whether it's bugs in the code or timing the market or a little of both, you know, I've got faith that everything is going to happen the way it's supposed to. I'm just nervous because I'm looking at these markets like the S&P and Dow Jones, and it's like, this is crazy. You know, you see this overinflated value, you know, right before this drop, and we're basically flat year over year. Where, you know, how is that possible? It's all fake, you know. It's all artificially pumped up, and so that's got to deflate and correct at some point, and that affects us, you know. Period. I mean, whether it's indirectly proportional, you know, that's another story. Like maybe if the markets crash, people put their money into crypto. That could happen too. There could be a transfer of that money into crypto, and we could see that. You know, we could just see a huge skyrocket. But you know, lots of speculation on when we're launching and what's taking so long, and is Richard Hart, you know, timing the market? Are there bugs, and why are we rewriting code? Why are we trying to optimize throughput at this stage? Blah blah blah. You know, it's fun to talk about because we're all sitting around waiting for this thing, but you know, at the end of the day, I just got to let it go and have faith that the guy who knows when the best time to launch is in the driver's seat. You know, that's the one thing that we have to be grateful for, is that our founder knows what he's doing, you know, at the end of the day. So, you know, I come in here because, you know, there's a lot of people that there's a lot of really intelligent people that have a lot of good perspective, you know, and I learn something every day on this chat, and I appreciate everybody's opinions, whether it disagrees with mine or not. And you know, this is like we're like a family, you know. A lot of these guys are on here every day. I see Amy, she's probably at work. She works 100 hours a week, but you know, flighty guy.
I'm here. I'm
So
trying to
G.
find a timestamp in one of the videos.
Goose. I mean, it's like, this is family right here, man. So, you know, that's my take on it. You know, I'm pretty confident that we're going to launch when we're supposed to launch, and at least we have this community to kind of check in with, you know, on a daily basis as we wait, whether it launches tomorrow or September. You know, I'm good. I've kind of let it go in that regard.
Yeah, I hear you there. I guess I mean, I think some people know that, like, my hope for it launching sooner rather than later is, you know, somewhat selfish, in that, like, I'm, you know, starting to run out of money.
I definitely hear you on that. Believe me. I definitely hear you on that. You know, and I got small mouths to feed and plans, and you know, but we'll be okay. You know, we will be okay. You're not going to go homeless. You're not going to go. It's going to be painful. It's every day that it doesn't launch is painful. But there's a lot of us in here that are in that same boat. Now, I am definitely one of those people. So just know that. Like, I hear you. and I can relate.
When I say that, I mean I can get by for years on just selling my hex, but like that is my absolute last resort option. So like, and if I had to take that, then like at the end of those, few years, then like I have nothing. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I
Well,
would
I'd
love it
say,
to launch.
how's your health, Spiffy?
Up and down. I was telling people earlier, like I recently went to the doctor and got some blood work done and got my HbA1c back, and the number was a lot higher than I wanted. Um, so that just shows that I'm not monitoring my blood sugars and doing that as carefully as I should be. And that part is still a problem, but my heart is probably a lot better than it was before.
Yeah, I think in times where you feel like you're powerless, all you can do is focus on the things that you do have control over, which is your diet and your health, you know, and if your your A1C is a little elevated, hey, there's plenty of things you can do. There's plenty of people on this call that wish they had that problem, and that was all that was wrong with their health. So there's always something to be grateful for. We're in a great position right now. Shit, you got enough hex to last you for a few years. I mean, that's more than a lot of people can say, especially in this economy. So
One of the things that I always say is like I have this on my Twitter, is that like one of my personal beliefs is that it can always get worse, but your worst day alive will always be better than your best day dead.